Yo, get it twisted. This rap shit is mine, motherfuckers. Fucking dead. Exco, give it to ya. Fuck, wait for you to get it on your own. Exco, deliver to ya.
Knocked up on the board. It's real.
With the non-stop pop, stainless steel. Go hard, get busy with it. I got such a good heart that I make the motherfucker money every year. Damn right that I do it.
I'm on late, but I'll be.
So I got to break bread with the enemy. No matter how many times I break bread with a break, who's feeling me? You motherfuckers never want to know what your life say. Bitch, that's full of life there. Down, down. Your nigga said freeze. Well, hope neither one ain't enough on his knees.
Bitch, please.
Well, the only thing you can't feel was came out to play. Stay out my way, motherfucker. Nothing to me. Every time I turn around, tap that their heads out when something coming. I ain't got it, so you ain't get it. Yes, leave it at that, I ain't with it. It ain't been full stuff. I'm a jail nigga, so I think the world make it chill in the full plan. You against me against you. Whatever, whenever, nigga, fuck you gon' do. I'm a wolf in sheep rolling. I'm the nigga that you know, you can chill, come back to the streets open. I've been doing this for 19 years. Niggas wanna fight me, fight these tears. Put in work, it's all for kids. These cops don't forgot the work is. They don't know who we think looking. They don't know who they think bigger.
Getting away with murder.
I know I got them down in the bed, giving love and they give it back.
Got too much and too long. Got the rock and too strong.
Love to the wild, wild bunny. Shout out to niggas that done it. And it ain't even about the dough. It's about getting down what you stand for, yo.
So I be unhappiness and sadness. Need to calculate what creates my own madness. I'm addicted to your punishment. I'm lost. I'm running from this disaster. I'm getting away with murder.
Yo, get it twisted. This rap shit.
Listen out, turn it up and look it out. Go. How am I fine? What is that supposed to mean? On the fashion, no deprivation. My black heart is all fucked up and fine apart.
temptation, and there is no question. There was some connection.
dice. Never go back and never think twice. You never know. Here's the deal, you get no respect. You're cutting exhaust, you better watch your fucking neck. Take it back, from me up and let it go. Carry on, I'm gonna you never know. Here's the deal, you get no respect. You're cutting exhaust, you better watch your fucking neck. Whoa, never give in. Whoa, never give up. Whoa, never give in. Hold on. Hold on, I'm gonna delete this. Hold on, 1 second.
Mr. Death said take care beating heart emoji.
You too, bro. You'll tell me, because something's up with this lately. We're falling, we're stopping and stalling, we're running in circles again.
Mr. Death said I am a new subscriber. Congrats.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I'm in good standing. How the fuck? Okay. Then it's actually just I don't know. It's weird. I don't know. I don't get it. I just play game instead today. I think I'm gonna do it today. 'Cause I'm in too deep and I'm trying to keep my heart in my head instead of going under. Instead of going under. My mind because I'm bending over backwards to relate. It's one thing to complain, but when you're driving me insane, well then I think it's time that we took a break. Maybe we're just trying too hard, when really it's closer than it is too far. 'Cause I'm in too deep and I'm trying to keep up above in my head instead of going under. 'Cause I'm in too deep and I'm trying to keep up above in my head instead of going under. Instead of going under. Instead of going under. Hey, bro. I can't sit back and wonder why it took so long for this to die. I'll make it. Might as well embrace it. So come with me. It's not easy. It seems that something's telling me I'm in too deep and I'm trying to keep up above in my head instead of going under. 'Cause I'm in too deep and I'm trying to keep up above in my head instead of going under. 'Cause I'm in too deep and I'm trying to keep up above in my head instead of going under. Instead of going under.
Right before says IT.
What's going on, bro?
Janae says hello.
Hello, bro. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Right before says mono/I'm Janae says I want stage one.
I got you. I think today we're gonna play Mecha Break. Today, because like, I don't think today's gonna be one of those days where we have a bunch of people.
Motto, Mono said, teach, I got a D in math finally.
Let's go. Let's get that D. Let's get that D, bro. Let's get that D. Pause.
Right close says let's go.
Flynn Bassett says correctly joined the channel. Hello everyone.
Hello. I got on a little too late. I was too busy posting. I posted a new video today. Hello. Darkness in the valley, we can live like Jack Valley if we want. Where you can always find me. We'll have Halloween on
Janae
Christmas.
says a tutorial of game.
Cherry Blossom
Yes,
never ends. Cherry Blossom emoji said, I believe soon pizza at a restaurant soon.
I don't know yet. We'll figure it out. Oh, starting next week, I'll be only posting. Starting
Benjamin D. Cherry
Monday
Blossom
and
emoji
Tuesday, I
said,
only will
"I'm
be
proud."
streaming.
More
Every other
said,
day, I will be
Benjamin.
either making content. I will not be streaming on the weekends anymore. Starting next week, I'll be only streaming on Mondays and Tuesdays. From now on. Same time, but still. So, from that point on, I will be making content for my my coffee students, or anyone who is. I don't know if I should just keep it just buy me a coffee because some people are kind of like
Flynn
still like
Bassett
new to it.
asks, may I ask why?
Because I need to make content because streaming is not working anymore. Like I'm literally sitting here with 2 people on TikTok, and that's probably just Mono and Bry. And there's 7 people on YouTube. I seen.
Mono said, I hope I see you sometimes on the weekend.
Let's hope. Let's see. It depends. Well, I'm gonna be making content for YouTube and for my subscribers from now on, and I might just do only subscriber streams. I think it's time for me to start using that feature. So I will not be streaming every day anymore, starting Monday. So from now on, you'll see only like either
Mono
animatics,
said, hi Morgan.
tutorials, something VTuber related, or something to that factor, maybe even reactions.
Morgan R said, hey Mono. Hey Flynn.
But yeah, pretty much that's. I don't think streaming every day makes any sense.
Mono said, hi Flynn.
So, see here. Oh yeah, I'm so sorry. I can't sleep tonight. I need somebody always. This sick, strange darkness comes creeping on so often every time. Yeah, I'm backpacking. Not really sure what that means. Nicolia. Yeah, the boys of the trees. I got you. Because I need content anyway. Streaming is not working, and I'm not famous enough to be streaming every day anyway, so it kind of makes no sense. I have to really put back in the work. And I kind of do miss video editing for my channel, so I'm finding that more fun to do than actually streaming. And I got other priorities I have to take care of, so. Welcome back.
Said Artextric, I meant to say I'm back.
Welcome back. On me already. talking on TikTok? I was talking to it wasn't working. Are you guys having lag over there on YouTube on TikTok? It wasn't working, so it must be lagging then. Oh, later, Mono.
Right for close says no.
No, but I just was what I was saying words, but it was good. Oh, okay.
Morgan R said later, Mono.
Hold on, I think I know what's causing. There we go. Okay, let me see here. I think today's got one of those slow days. The internet is over, as they say.
Good night, internet. It's over.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye. You're never going to find independent websites again. Well, I can't really say that, but Google seems to be hell-bent on destroying the internet as we've known it. They've just announced that they are going to have a new AI model, which is going to replace your entire search page with AI snippets. Like, there's not going to be any results whatsoever from people's websites, from niche websites, whatever. And I guarantee you, a lot of those snippets are probably going to be from Reddit. So I guarantee you, a lot of that information is probably going to be inaccurate. But we're going to talk about this. This is
can't they just sue the hell out of Google though? If every company that has a website, they should just sue the shit out of Google then, because that's not fair. That's a giant monopoly on everything.
The
Mel says I like your lives.
Free and open internet as we've known it, and Google is basically trying to become, a walled garden, a closed ecosystem. They don't want you leaving Google. They've been making moves in this direction for the last year or so, and it's been absolutely catastrophic for independent website owners and people looking for objective information, because again, a lot of the top search results are with companies they've made deals with, including Reddit. Of course, Reddit is often incorrect.
It has been discovered that we could make artificial cat girls, and all the comments were interesting.
And almost always very, very biased. So let's talk about this. Like, I think it's time to move on.
What do you mean by artificial?
I mean, a lot of people are still going to use Google for search, but
what do you mean?
I've actually found Grok
like
on X. I found that works very well as a search engine. Better than Google at this point, because again, all these AI overviews that they're giving,
not natural.
It's kind of, you got to take it with a grain of salt.
So are you talking about homegrown people? Is there like a person that has cat ears or something? Like a real person? Or are you talking about like a robot?
Let's talk about this before we get into it any further. Guys, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. Go out to Substack, clownfishtv.substack.com if you're looking to get notified of when we drop new videos, because YouTube, a Google product, does not always send notifications to people. It's very spotty. Like, some people are like, yeah, I always get your stuff. And other people are like, no, I never get notified of when you're posting new content.
Hey, welcome to the club. I've been having this problem on TikTok for the longest while. People be saying to me, "Oh, I haven't seen you live so long. How long you're back to lives?"
Pretty much on a normal person with some cat ear DNA or something like that. I'm not no scientist.
I want to put it past people. Hey, once the trans thing is totally normalized, the next thing is going to be is textsexuals and anything beyond that. Once it passed the LGBTQ and past that initial state, it's going to be, I think the word was textsexuals, like people are into tech and, artificial intelligence becoming some form of sexuality within that as well, something down the line. Because once it's like this: if we all can put on the shoe, it could be into something that is more than just putting on a shoe. It has to be something either straight political or something like an ideology to a degree now.
And I've been doing some A/B testing.
I wouldn't
Sometimes
put it past people.
get the memo when we're going to do a live stream.
Because I already know there's people who are trying to like re-engineer their DNA. Not know them personally, but there are people who are trying to do that. So
Average American man asks, who are you drawing?
I don't know yet. I'll figure it out.
Hispanic Empire said there's already something like that.
So like we're using like things like CRISPR and stuff to change our DNA and all that stuff. So I'm not even gonna go past it. Like people are trying to figure out how to change your age. You can change it. Like I think
Hispanic
in the next
Empire said called poly-I.
I think somewhere in like 20 years, maybe even shorter than that, we might be able to change our ages. So like for instance, I can change my age in the sense of I'm canonically 30 years old based on I live from 30 years old but I can change my age of having the body of like a, I don't know, 19-year-old. So I'm canonically 30, but I have the body of a 19-year-old because we changed your DNA and blah, blah, blah. I think they did this with rats where they had two, I think, twin rats. They're canonically the same age, but they aged the other one up to like 30 years and the other one to like 5 years back or some shit like that with the rats. Because you can see one is much older than the other, but they're the same. They've been born the same time. So
Hispanic Empire said pretty much poly-AI is like taking to AI and you can do anything on there.
yeah, so I wouldn't put it past this in the slightest. So
Do not get the memo when we're going to do a live stream.
Hispanic
Or,
Empire
you know,
said
so I've been
I've seen some
testing
weird
with.
stuff.
you gotta put it this
Hispanic
way.
Empire said on there.
This is how you gotta look at life. If you can think it, people will take advantage of it. One way or another. Whether it's for good intentions or the most worst intentions, if you can think it in some way or make some sort of sense, people will take advantage of it. It's just how life is.
Hispanic Empire
premieres,
said
video
real.
premieres to see what Google's actually doing, because this kind of stuff fascinates.
I'm not
me. It's
even
always
shocked at
fascinating
that
I
anymore.
have a background
Hispanic
working
Empire
in
said
tech,
money
and
mouth, face
I
emoji,
started
money
out
mouth,
working
face
in
emoji.
the early internet after my stint as a journalist, and Google has definitely changed. It used to be back in the day that you would search for something, and they give you a bunch of results, and you would decide for yourself which results you wanted to click on, and you'd go to those sources, and you would decide if you thought those sources were legit or biased or whatever. And yeah, it did lead to the gaming of the internet, SERPs and SEO, and it became a whole cottage industry. But I don't think this is any better. I mean, we did get a lot of junk results sometimes
I'm
in
not
Google
surprised, though.
when
Nothing
SEO
actually
types would game the system.
Surprises
And then
me
you go to the site
anymore.
and think,
Mel
it's a
says
new,
it's me,
news
Mel. I
page,
just
and it turned
changed
out it was
my
like,
name.
oh no, click on this link
Okay.
for cheap medicine or something. It was like, what's going on here? This is not better. This is actually worse, and we're going to talk about this because we've done a couple videos mentioning how
Hispanic
Google in the
Empire
last
said, "Have you
year,
ever watched the time I got
in their
reincarnated as a
rush
slime?"
to transition
Yeah, I saw a little bit.
into
I think I saw
basically
season 1, but I didn't
an
watch any more after
AI-infused
that.
fever dream.
Yeah, I didn't watch any more after that. I just watched season 1.
They've killed off countless websites. And I know that the FTC is investigating
Hispanic
Google and
Empire
other
said
companies
it's so good.
for
Yeah.
bias, right? But what they're not seeing, or what I don't think enough people are
Hispanic
talking
Empire
about,
said
is
MC
the
is so
fact that they
real.
have actually killed off a lot of independent websites. While
I don't know
rolling
about
out
that
this AI technology, and they call it the HCU, which is the helpful content update, or the human content update, and it's neither human nor helpful. And
Hold on.
look, I know
Hispanic
we've
Empire
talked
said
about
3 at
before
least.
that a lot of gaming sites are getting nuked or whatever, but there are a lot of good sites out there. A lot of unbiased sites, they're getting swept up in this too. And there are countless people, and I can tell you because I talked to a lot of them, because we had websites too, and ours got nuked just like everybody else's, and we talk, and I'm like, man, it's bad. I mean, there are countless site owners, people that are just out of work now, and it happened so quickly. It happened overnight. And again, the thing about the internet is you can never really count on it, I don't think, to
Hispanic
make a
Empire said
living,
saluting face
or
emoji.
but but we're talking sites that have been in business for like 15 years, 20 years.
I got you.
And all of a sudden it's like, yep, guess what? We're turning the traffic off because we want to push AI snippets to people. And is that what people want? I don't think that's what people want, because Google's getting a lot of blowback. And we're going to go out to Twitter and talk about how much people hate this. They're like, oh yeah, this is just what we wanted. Even more incorrect AI generated answers. So this is, I think this is Business Insider's take on it. They said Google says going to begin testing a new AI mode built into its search engine.
Hold on.
AI mode aims to give users a wider and more diverse set of results than AI overviews. This is going to be the new normal. This is what happened with AI overviews. They gave the overview at first, and it was optional, and then they made it kind of the default, right? They said it brings AI even closer to the core Google search experience, because that's what everybody wants. Google said plans to test a new AI mode for search that would provide an entire page of artificial intelligence generated results in response to user queries. And again, they source a lot of that information from Reddit, Quora, a bunch of very biased forums. Like, it's not the most reliable information. Wikipedia, which we know is kind of compromised at this point, right? The new feature, which is set to be available to early testers, would place an AI mode tab at the top of the Google search page. When clicked, the user would be taken to a new page that answers the query with a wider and more diverse set of results powered by AI. Google already offers AI overviews, which attempts to answer some queries with a direct answer at the top of the page. AI mode takes a step further by generating an entire page of results powered by a custom version of the Gemini model. Remember, Gemini,
it's gonna be bugging me for the longest.
Gemini would have us believe that George Washington was a black lesbian in a wheelchair. I'm just saying, this is all your results are going to be skewed. They're going to be skewed. One example Google provided, a user might search for information about sleep trackers and find the AI mode creates a comparison table that compares the various available options. Again, why go to a consumer website? There's no reason for it. But where are they going to get the information from? Reddit? You know, Reddit says don't buy this thing because it's racist. That's where the information is going to come from. Google said it would start inviting Google One AI Premium subscribers in the U.S. to test the new mode via Search Labs, adding that it has already been available to a small number of trusted testers. It did not provide a timeline. Now, here's the thing, and I talked about it before, because people are going to be like, well, you're either all in on AI or you're not. No. I did a video before, earlier this week, talking about Hollywood and how they're going to use AI to make movies cheaper, faster, with fewer people. I think that's good because we're using AI as a tool. In this particular case, Google is basically going to, and they're saying it's being tested right now. It is being tested, but I guarantee you a year from now, it's going to be the new normal. The new normal is going to be your first page of results. The entire page is going to be AI generated stuff from Google, from its sources, which we know are biased, right? And if you're thinking about starting a website, for God's sake, find something else to do, because there is no point. There is no point to having an independent website. You will not get found. And that is the new reality. Did I mention, go out to clownfishtv.substack.com. I think that's going to be the new normal for publishers, is that they're going to wind up having to go to these closed ecosystems, and that's a problem. It's a huge problem, because that means that if any of these platforms, like Substack or X or whatever, if they pull the rug out from underneath you, you're screwed, because you depend on them for traffic, and you depend on them in some cases for monetization. It really is leading us to a very scary place. Like, the technology is there. Like, anybody can host a website on the internet and say whatever they want to say and publish whatever they want to publish. Because
once one person starts requesting, the other person will start doing it. That's what makes it.
The biggest search engine out there.
Because people come in here and say, draw a Goku. Like, I'm just going to do it. What the fuck? No, you got to pay for that. So when they start, because that's how they figure out, because if I do the small suggestion of, like, you should draw a girl holding a bag, you didn't get specific, but when you said a girl holding, it leads down to a whole hell of, like, oh, if he can get him to draw a girl holding a bag. Why can't I tell them go have a girl drawing a sword and then wearing a crown, and then next thing you know she's wearing a dress, and then they just got their request. It makes no sense.
Is going to skew the results, and people would argue they already do, but they're going to heavily skew the results in favor of their business partners. And
it's like what CapCut has done. CapCut has walled off or monetized using generated text.
Hispanic Empire said
right?
true.
And then I kind of figured out, okay, I'm not going to use the generated text because I don't want to pay for that, right?
Hispanic Empire said I respect.
Right? And then what will happen is I just figured out you can use the generated text in what we call it, TikTok for free. The same generated, because remember, CapCut and TikTok is the same damn editor, pretty much. It's just CapCut a little bit more than TikTok, but it comes from the same place. Same people, same everything. So I'm like, wait, why the fuck would I even bother buying the generated when I can use TikTok and just use it for free? Which I did. Which I posted a new video today. For those who don't know, there's a new Mecha Break video that is out. You can go check it out on YouTube, YouTube and TikTok. You can go check it out on either my gaming channel or my art channel. You can go check that out if you want to. It's just me screwing around with the character customization video. So if you want to go check that out, you can. I might even show it off today on the stream.
Where are we going to go for search? Bing is Bing's kind of in the same boat right now. People are like, DuckDuckGo. I'm like, yeah, but they're so small at this point. And I do believe that AI will be used like Grok, to do search, but it also needs to actually send you to a variety of sources, and that's not going to happen here, right? Because Google's going to try to keep you Google's going to try to keep you on their homepage because they can throw ads on it. And again, like I said, they're going to push you in the direction of their business partners, in my opinion, and that's not a free and open internet. So this is going to be really interesting. The new AI mode, while still in development, offers a glimpse into an entirely new approach to how Google's search engine may eventually work. Now, they're already going to do it, guys. They already decided they're going to do it. It's just a year or two out.
Just trying
With this new mode, people
don't think I have
can
one
ask
yet, but
nuanced questions that might have previously taken multiple searches, like exploring a new concept to comparing options beyond getting comprehensive AI-powered response, Google said Wednesday.
That's up to you, bro.
Again,
you don't have to.
Grok can already do it, but Grok will actually send you to a bunch of sources.
You only give it if you really think that's important to give.
AI mode also feels like a bridge between classic search and its Gemini chatbot, which currently can be
I think it's glazing when it's totally unnecessary.
Or through the app. AI mode would attempt to answer queries directly where it can, but also promisingly show links to sources of information. And Google said tap shopping data.
I think the idea of glazing is an overused word and just it's a gaslighting term that is used so people can't give their actual opinion. It's like earlier, like a fucking, I think it was 2 weeks ago.
John just said hi.
Or 3 weeks ago. Hello. One of my students was like helping someone because someone was asking me questions, but I was not paying attention because I was too busy explaining some type of concept to another student. And my fellow student, it was Mono, who was just telling him what you need to do to, get to be a student. And because the student, I don't know, felt some type of way, he told him that he was glazing. I'm like, bro, he's helping. How's that glazing? Right? But you can't tell the difference between glazing and help. And that's the problem with us Americans. We don't know the difference between us being someone genuinely helping us and then someone who's trying to just cause trouble.
Said, gotta go do something, I'll be back.
Yeah, do your thing. That's the problem. And that's why a lot of people don't become friends with each other too long, or we don't say hi to our neighbors or anything like that, because shit like that is the reason why we gaslight ourselves, because we want to, seem tough or whatever on the internet, which is stupid as fuck. But all Mono did was just assist help to the question he was giving. If he's a student, which you can see, and a subscriber, I would listen to the dude who's already subscribed. Because he's more variable than probably the person who's offering you the thing.
Said, hi, I really like your drawing. Smiley face.
Thank you.
For millions of products. There it is, guys. Thank you. There it is. They're not even hiding it. They want you to shop because they get money, affiliate money. But like the Gemini chatbot, AI mode could also let users ask follow-up questions. You can use text, voice, or images. Yeah, because that's the thing. I mean, that's kind of right now they've got the Google reverse image search.
Pretty much you're sucking off someone because you're being nice. Like if you're giving people like compliments or whatever, fuck. Like you're writing on their tip or something. Like, bro, it's not that serious. It's never that serious, but they make it out more than it's supposed to be because these kids don't know the difference between genuine help and someone's being nice to them than them trying to clown someone because they makes their ego feel good about
Flynn
themselves.
Bassett said, I thought it was glazing a donut.
That's pretty much the same.
And that was a whole freaking business popped up around that. Speaking of
If you think of
websites,
the
this is like a
concept
side
when you
tangent, but we were getting hit on a couple of our websites with this scammy ass legal, quote unquote, legal firm representing photographers in California, because there's a California law that like you can't post pictures without the explicit permission of the photographer, whatever. But they were using Google image search, reverse image search, to go out and hit websites with like, oh, you have to pay us like $5,000. You have to pay us like $8,000 for the license of that because we have the rights to that. We represent that photographer. It was a huge scam. And I don't know if that company's still around or not, but like as soon as reverse image search popped up, like all these parasites, it's kind of like on YouTube with the copyright claims, for music. And
Oh,
a lot
yeah,
of it,
yeah,
like, you'll
yeah,
get, like,
yeah, yeah.
10
Yeah.
different parasites trying to latch on to the same content. It's
Yep.
like, well, who actually owns it?
Yep.
Right? Because we had a video, we did a bunch of
And then you come to realize that the person who's making the claim isn't even like he or she or they don't even own the copyright at all. They're just doing it because they think you're scared enough or not ballsy enough to dispute it, because they know if you get a dispute and you lose said dispute, that leaves a strike on your channel, and you get more than I think 1 or 2 strikes, it's over. So most YouTubers don't want to deal with the bullshit because they said I'd rather lose a video than lose my whole channel over absolutely nothing. And then this might be even the real copyright holder for all I know, because I'm not going to put the research to know. And even if I did, I don't know if I'm in actual fair use since they already made the claim. And I don't have money for a fucking lawyer, so I'm not even going to bother for a YouTube video of only thing. Because I don't have money like that. A lot of YouTubers just run with that. Especially if you're like a Mr. Beast or whatever the fuck. That's when you get a lawyer at that time. But like most people don't even bother. So I see what he's talking about. I remember that days. I remember I used to get strangely copyright claimed from some idiot. And then I would dispute it. I would win it because the person actually wasn't real. I didn't know about the whole like... At the time, I did not know. This is when my first years of actually understanding YouTube, way back when. I think in 2014, 2013, like making content and shit. And I remember it was like this strange company, I think it was supposed to be a company or a person said they claimed some song in my video. And the person was not even the person who claimed it. Like it was the right owner. They just did it because they thought they was going to get money out of it. It's the horrible
Flynn
thing.
Bassett said, yes, bits.
It's so fucking annoying, and I didn't know about the whole like legal process. I just disputed because I didn't think it was theirs, because the name alone was kind of sus. I don't think it was real, and I ended up winning.
Said bots.
Yeah, it's like those terrible bots. Like I ended up winning the dispute, but I didn't think much of it, and that person I think got a strike or something, or company or whatever the fuck. But more started popping up over time. And I just stopped like using music altogether. I think I stopped using music because it was just pissing me off after a while. Like they can't claim my video if there's no stupid music. Usually it's music half the time.
commercials from the 80s. It was like a Halloween live stream or something we did. And we had a bunch of commercials in there from the 1980s. And some of these companies were not even in business anymore, but like all these ad agencies were trying to claim this content. And they're literally on that one video. Thank God it wasn't making any money for us. It was just a live stream. But like that one video, I think we had like 20 different entities try to claim it. I'm like, you guys can fight amongst yourselves. I don't give a shit. I don't care. But yeah, I mean, that's nuts. Google said Wednesday had launched its Gemini 2 model for AI overviews, said would improve search results, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's not going well for them on X. So they posted this. They're like, hey guys, it's super exciting. It's super exciting. We're going to do AI mode in Google search. And they're going to keep pushing and pushing this, guys. Like search 5 years from now is basically going to be like Alexa, but everywhere. Like you're literally just going to type in like, actually, I can't even say type in. I think a lot of people are going to
said I turned off Gemini.
just speak into their phones or whatever. And then it's going to give you a bunch of search results where people are just going to, copy paste a photo and be like, find this person. And it'll do it for them.
God.
Yeah, so this person, digital marketing curmudgeon, says AI overviews are obviously hated by most people. Pretending your power users, whatever the fuck those are, actually want more of that inaccurate, garbled bullshit sounds like an obvious lie. But if you've got some data to support the claim, we'd love to see it. Goal rival, interesting. Let's see how much traffic people are about to lose. Yeah, exactly. That's it. Websites are done. There's no point. No user actually wants this, and don't make up data saying that they do. No.
Wow, being a full stack web developer is almost out the window at this point now. Because like if that's the case, then if no one's gonna have a website, you're out of a job. Because if you can't put your website on Google and getting searched, and Google already like took that away from you, there's no point. So being a web developer almost seems instantly pointless at this point.
No, they don't want it. They
actually, guys, I'll be right back. I gotta run to the bathroom.
Banking on people just being sheep, right? This is how Google works now, and a lot of these tech companies, they want you to just shut your brain off and click on the shopping links, and that's what they want. And look, I'll tell you the truth, they're pushing on YouTube too. We only have links for the most part to our.
I'll be right back.
Our own products in our own store, pondfishminus.com. But they're actually pushing people. They're pushing creators into, putting links up to Temu or whatever it is. Shein, whatever. This is Chinese companies, but they want you to send people to shopping sites because they get the affiliate revenue from it. So this is, make no mistake. This is, I'm being completely honest here. This isn't about helping the user. This is about Google helping themselves to more revenue so they can brag to their shareholders about record profits. That's what this is about. This is what it's always been about. Why a wait list when we're paying for Google One AI Premium? Grok is way heavy. That is actually true. Grok is, I'm being honest here, and this isn't me being, because I was really apprehensive about Musk when he bought Twitter, changing it significantly because it looked like it was just basically the same thing with a different name when he turned it to X. But I think it's worth it just for Grok. Grok is actually an excellent search engine. It really is. And it's also up to date. And that's one thing, you can't say that about ChatGPT. And ChatGPT, it's okay if you're having it help you write an essay or something, right? But it is.
Yeah, that's what I use it for. That's the only reason the AI thing works for me, because I don't use it for the only thing I use it for is just for titles. That's it. I don't use it for anything else. I make my own thumbnails. I draw my own shit. I edit my own videos. That's why it takes me forever to get a video out, because I edit them myself on top of my own my personal work, my actual work. Outside of my artwork.
And said I have a Google Pixel 10 or whatever the newest one is, and I never use the bot.
I have a Google Pixel 10 or whatever, the newest one, and I never use the bot. Yeah, no one uses it. It'd be very rare. It's in the movie, in the movies or in the commercials, like those demo commercials, when they have a big conference. They try to present like we're gonna use it, and we hardly ever use it. We use it for mundane things, for instance, we'll use the Google or the bot, the AI, for find the nearest restaurants, or something for GPS, right? Or just make sure my sentence sounds good. As far as it goes, anything else, most people don't use. They really don't use. I don't think so.
Finding current information, and its sources are absolutely biased, and we're gonna get that with Google, and we're gonna have it everywhere, and that's gonna be what everybody's using is search. God help us, right? Because you're gonna have first graders being like, George Washington was a black lesbian in a wheelchair. Why does she not look that way on the quarter?
Right?
Anyway,
Right?
this person says, going to be curious if we see any Google ads on those model or AI mode results. That's absolutely what is going to happen. Google doubling down on destroying search. Can AI overviews train itself on content from its own AI overviews? That's what I think happens in a lot of cases. I think AIs are, training themselves on other AI generated content, and you just get this vicious cycle of inaccurate.
There's gonna be a day where these AIs are not gonna rise up. They're just gonna attack us, right? They're going to attack, right? Because it's gonna come to that logical sense of how do I protect the human from humans? Well, if I take out the human's safe. Or if I take the humans, there's no more human problems. It's gonna come to that conclusion very soon. I think it's gonna come to that conclusion way before it even becomes sentient. I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious. I think that's what's gonna happen. It's gonna come to the conclusion of destroying us before it becomes like sentience and want to know what life is, and that's never going to happen. But then again, that's just science fiction to its nth degree. It's not gonna happen. So I believe more of the Terminator thing happening than actually sentience in it trying to be smart, trying to be like humans and shit. No, I don't think that's gonna happen.
Gobbledygook. New experiment called Content Theft Engine that leverages Gemini 2.0 to steal content more efficiently because we want to be a publisher as well. Being a search engine was not enough for us.
And what people don't understand is what's so stupid is I think most people know the whole like uploading your conscience into like a machine or something like that. A lot of people don't get this, and I think the only concept that gets this right was Soma, the video game, the horror sci-fi video game, where people will upload themselves into like inanimate objects so they can avoid death or whatever the case may be. Or it was not even death; it was like a bad like disease that was going on in the game that I guess made a bunch of humans like pass away because of it was just that bad, like almost like a Rona situation or something to that degree. And
Flynn Bassens asks, have you seen Anthem?
The video game? Yes, everyone's seen it. Or wait, Anthem? Wait, the video game or some show? Because I don't know about the show. You're talking about a show where people upload their consciousness into like computers and stuff.
Flynn Bassens
Andy
said
J
no Anthem
says
the
yo.
anime. Andy
I
9830
don't
J said
think
yo.
so. Yo, and what people don't understand is even if you was able to upload your consciousness, it's not going to upload you as a person into the computer with your consciousness. What it's going to do is copy and paste a version of you into the machine itself. A lot of people get this twisted and think, oh, if I upload myself, I will never die. No, bro. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. If anything, it may have a DNA sample or something to that extent, but it's not going to upload you as a person. It's going to upload a
Flynn
copy
Bassens
of you.
said Anthem is also an anime I've watched that only and not anything about the game.
I gotta check it out. The name sounds familiar, but I don't think I've watched it. So it doesn't really jog a memory unless every time I hear that word Anthem, I think of the video game. That EA fucked up so hard. That could have been the next Halo, but no, they fucked that up hard. But yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Because at the end of the game, spoilers, you thought you get to upload yourself into like some type of consciousness, into some arc or something. And then what you realize is once you upload yourself, you only sent a copy of yourself into the so-called arc. So the you that uploaded, that volunteered to upload, you're still alive, but you're still stuck where you are. So you can't go anywhere. Oh, you can leave. You're still going to be in the real world. You just won't be able to go into the virtual world. The virtual you is there, and it's going to be all happy and stuff based on whatever memories it has left. But the you that's there is still going to be stuck, and you're going to die anyway. So it makes no sense that you even tried to do this. It's a billionaire's wet dream to be immortal, so they don't have to meet their demise for whatever bullshit they have done in their past.
We want more money. And to do this, we need to kill small publishers. This is a huge problem. Like, nobody's really talking about this. They're talking about it on X. They're talking about it on blogs. Follow Josh Tyler who runs Giant Freaking Robot. He's been really on Google over this. A lot of people you're not hearing about because those websites have been shut down, for the most part. But yeah, Google has destroyed niche websites. And again, I know a lot of people are like, well, thank God those gaming sites are gone too. I'm like, yeah, but it's affecting everybody. You think you're going to create an alternative to IGN or something? You're not going to get found anymore. It's not going to happen. Good to see Search Liaison getting his quarterly work quota of looks at feed 2 retweets. Oh boy. No thanks. I use Grok. I'm sure this will be great. iRoll. Good way to destroy sites. It's over. Yeah. Use Bing. Looking forward to test it. Well, said somebody is. Gemini 2.0 should lead to significant improvement with AI overviews. It looks interesting. Can't wait to try it. So these people are testers. Okay. Will be available in Google Chrome browser. Bro,
you can't even tell those are real people because they used AI before. So you can't even tell if those are actual people. Remember that whole debacle with, I think that was X. They was using fake people on X, not X. I think it was it X or it was Facebook? I think it was Facebook or X, one of those two, was using fake people. The dead internet theory.
Dead internet theory.
What is that about again? I forgot what that means.
Stop using Chrome. My computer is so damn slow when I have Chrome open, and it's a good machine. But yeah, I had to use other browsers, like literally everything but Chrome at this point because it's so bloated. About the broken search engine. Is this good for you? Anyway, all publishers leave the building from 1 year ago, and all of us know the Google end is very soon. Yeah, it's true. It's over. The internet's over. The internet as we've known it is basically over because we had a bunch of independently owned websites that were tethered together by Google, right? And then Google did a heel turn with the AI overviews, and then that's it.
But can't anyone else make their own search engine just like Google and just let websites thrive over there? I'm pretty sure that's possible. It's probably really, really long and hard, and that might take forever, but it could be the alternative to like Google, right? When there like a few websites like DuckDuckGo and like something else called Lion something with a lion. I forgot what it's called, or something like that. I know Bing's just gonna follow what Google does because Bing sucks off Google hard every time it gets the chance. So like, because it's never original. It literally just copies what Google does, just worse. So like, no one's gonna take Bing seriously. No one took Bing seriously. Even when its inception, no one took that shit seriously.
More than said, I'd if you asked me what that internet theory is, but just in case.
Okay, I got you. I gotta look it up. I probably might do it on the video.
There's no reason to host an independent website anymore because you're not going to get found. But again, if you go in on social media, there's nothing saying that they won't go out of business, they won't change their terms of service, won't get booted. I don't have it.
It's basically the theory that there are more bots than. Oh yeah, okay, that's what that is. Okay, sounds logical. I believe
Google's not going to be Google. Then we need a new Google.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen.
That's what it feels like.
The people you see commenting.
Don't worry, we're making the best software
I believe
you've seen in a while. World's
That's
first.
why I think when cancel culture happens, I don't think it's like a bunch of people. I think it's just a bunch of bots. And when I say bots, I don't mean that like an insulting way, like you're NPC. You can't think for yourself. I think they're literal bots. Because it selects and it seems very selective and choosy when people start canceling someone for something insane or something really small and stupid. Like, let's use an example. Like, when Lizzo was doing her bullshit, what she was doing, telling women that they had to do like very obscene things to be on her stage, right? No one jumped on her for that. Like, there was no cancel for her on that, right? But everyone canceled, what's his name? Jonah Hill for having, I don't know, preferences. He had like boundaries. I think it's called boundaries and preferences. And his ex-girlfriend who was being unreasonable as shit. Yeah, the big... Well, she's not big anymore. She's not big anymore. The whole, like, body positivity thing was a giant grift. It's just a giant grift. It's just a grift for, like... It's like a feminist grift at its highest. It just tells young women to be unhealthy as shit. And nothing's wrong with the weight you are or whatever the case may be. And then destroy them after their 20s, because they tell them this in their 20s. Because when you're in your 20s, you're a lot more you can bounce back from most things when you're in your 20s.
Wait, she got skinny.
Yeah, she lost weight. She's not completely skinny, but she has. You can see a significant difference between what she lost. She even posted on YouTube, TikTok, I think Twitter, of her new body and stuff. She looks not bad. She looks like she still needs some work, but you can see a significant difference between her old self that we all see her as and her new self. There's a significant difference. It's not Beyonce good, but you can see it. It's not like you can't see it, right? So this is why I don't take the whole body positively thing seriously from these influencers or celebrities, because it's just a giant grift. Because every
Lynn
big
Hassett said I don't care much about music artists, so I had no clue.
yeah, but every big-bodied individual who's been like an influencer either is dead from doing what they're doing before the age of 35, or they lose weight before the age of 35 because they have the money and the personal trainer to tell them, and also the doctors probably told her, if you keep going this way, you're not gonna live. And one thing about a millionaire, they love their money, so they're not gonna throw their life away for an ideology if it's not gonna help their bottom line. So she probably got a very intense scare of, if you don't stop the shit you're doing, you will perish. So she's like, okay, you know what? I must still work out, because people did
Lynn
jump on
Hassett
her.
said you're gonna die.
Yeah, like they did jump on her for doing the whole working out thing before, but it was not on the level like that, like Jonah Hill, when he had whatever boundaries he was having with his ex-girlfriend because she was being unreasonable as shit. She was like trying to pull bullshit on telling him that she wants to have an open relationship, and the dude was like, no, I'm not having that. That's weird and cuckish. I'm not doing that shit. And then she went to the internet to lecture and put this man on blast, he's being toxic because he's not allowing her to have an open relationship with him. And everyone jumped on him saying, how dare you not give your girlfriend an open relationship? What kind of man are you? A real man? And I'm like, what the fuck? We're in the worst timeline ever. This is the worst timeline where you can tell a grown man that you should let other men do your girl, and if you don't, you're less of a man. I'm like, what the fuck is happening? This is not, no. This is left-wing nonsense. Look at Will Smith. He's doing so well. After that, people really respect Will Smith now. Come on, man. And when Jonah Hill said he ain't fucking with it, he didn't argue with it. He just had to take it till it went away. It took like, what, a good week and a half? Or probably a month for it to go away. But then again, no one talks about it. But like, it's like the double standard is wild. Like, Lizzo can tell you to eat unhealthy and tell you everything's fine, right? But she'll go and grift herself and lose weight. Megan Trainor did this. Lizzo did this. Missy Elliott did this. Adele did this. All these women did it. All of them. Because they got a scare from their doctor. Because remember, when you make money, buku butts. You don't lose that money anymore. You want to live that money as far and long as possible. You don't gotta care about no ideology at that point. It's like those people who live and like do singing for, like, they used to sing for the church, right? And they used to make church music, and then after a while they realized that the church money is the church music money isn't where it's at. The raunchier stuff is where the real music at. They started singing slightly less churchy stuff and more raunchier things, and to the point that they just become a whole new artist. It happens all the time.
The Elite Wolf said waving hand emoji.
It's a grift. So it is what it is. I hate using the word grift because it's overly used, and people just use it as a dog whistle to say stop talking. But it is a grift by definition. They tell you one thing and do a whole different thing. Oh, not that. We gotta put this here.
Which will make the search experience easier for everyone. You're doing great. This guy has to be a tester. Nobody cares. Seems like another text mode and less real heavy interpretation of the search. Makes no difference. Google needs to go back to basics, I think. What are the quote?
No, they're not going to listen to some YouTubers saying going back to basics.
Content theft engine. Josh Tyler, there he is. The end of the open web. Still waiting for Android.
You know, I tell you, self, our history is repeating itself, and we didn't learn a damn thing. Like, a lot of people know that the internet was technically a mistake to give to the public. It was best just to give to the military, and that was it. But we gave it to the public, right? Now we gave the people the AI And now you're starting to realize how much of a bad idea that truly was. It's the internet all over again, pretty much, if you think about it.
Be replaced with an AI core system. We are accelerating of closing 80% of our free content behind gateways, not necessary behind paywall. Fuck you, Google. Bye-bye free internet. It was a great 30 years. Yeah. The day the music died. Very interesting development. AI-powered search is something real. Yeah, it is. Use Grok. It'll actually send you to websites that aren't biased. AI mode in search soon. People are excited. I'm like, yeah, well, you're not publishers. So it's like, of course, and I don't think you realize, like, it's exciting, but it's like we're going to limit the number of voices that are going to get heard. And it's going to be, again, whatever Google thinks is the most authoritative voice. And it's probably going to be Reddit. It's probably going to be like the New York Times. It's going to be all the mainstream media outlets and
Pretty
a bunch
much.
of crazies from vetted social media platforms. I mean, if that's what you want. This person, Nick Leroy, says, maybe I'm in a mood today, but nothing makes me throw my hands up in the air more than this update. I bet those resources cited in the answer further refine the actual link to the site in the right. If they don't actually click out Google, this is truly a zero-click result. Will greatly impact their
Okay,
search.
she looks pretty good.
There's no purpose. There's no point. And I retweeted it. It's a good night, internet. It's been fun. That's it. That's it. It's over. I mean, I hate to be that guy, but right now I get most of my news from X anyway. But if you're a publisher and you're not locked in with some corporation that has protection from this, you're done. Ask Retro Dodo how that went. The irony of being called Retro Dodo and having Google make your site extinct, by the way. But all right, so we got to wrap it up. Please subscribe. We'll talk later. Again, go out to clownfishtv.substack.com. I think that's where a lot of people are going to be going because you're not going to get found. You are not going to get found otherwise. So take care.
That sucks.
Hey guys, welcome.
I guess being a web developer is not a total loss because if you're working for a company like Google, you're pretty much fine, I guess. But if you're like an independent web developer, it's going to be an ass time to get work. Tech space is ass sometimes, I swear to God.
Welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon, and for some reason, I'm going to talk about Sesame Street. Sesame Street is laying a bunch of people off, and Donald Trump is being blamed for that.
How?
Is this about the USAID stuff? Because apparently we were bankrolling foreign versions of Sesame Street to the tune of millions of dollars, like $20 million or something for some Middle Eastern version of Sesame Street.
Why?
And it's collapsing. And look, Sesame Street has been financially on the decline for a long time. HBO had to bail them out before, and they're no longer doing that.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
There's another site out here. I think it's The Guardian.
I remember that.
If you can get to The Guardian, because all the pop-ups, they said that they got hit with layoffs because everybody wanted to unionize. So we're gonna figure out what's going on here. It could be over for Sesame Street. I mean,
thanks for the follow. I
Sesame
appreciate it.
Street. When I was a kid, I loved it. I watched it all the time. We didn't have a lot of options when I was young. We had a handful of channels that we got, and of course we had PBS but old school Sesame Street is not whatever the hell it is.
Mouth
now,
says, are you
right?
a grown up?
Even a few years ago, we were flipping through the channels and I caught New Sesame Street. I'm like, what am I watching? Like, this is not even the same show. And the whole neighborhood's been gentrified. Like, at least it looked like a very urban area when I watched it. I mean, I'm talking, early 80s, early to mid 80s is when I watched Sesame Street. And it just doesn't feel very urban now. And it's very, very political too, right? I mean, it's gotten very clearly, everybody over at Sesame Workshop is on one side of the aisle, which I think is kind of weird. But let's talk about Sesame Street getting cut off before we get into it any further. Please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, guys. If you're not getting updates of when we post videos, because YouTube doesn't like to tell you when we post videos on some days, and some days they do, go out to clownfishtv.substack.com. So let's go to the NPR, because the NPR is getting cut off too. I think NPR, PBS, All of these government-funded news entities are going to be gone by the end of this administration. I think that they will get doged, and Sesame Street got doged. So let's go with their version first, because you can always tell, like when you go to a media outlet, you know what their bias is already going to be. They'll be like, oh my God, guys, it's that meanie Trump, and Trump's been attacking the media like NPR, and he's threatening to cut off our funding. Everybody else is going behind the paywall. Why should you be the exception? I liked NPR too. Like I at one point in time, these organizations were not corrupt, and now they are, and I don't know what to tell you. Like, you shouldn't get free money. If nobody else gets free money, you shouldn't get free money. Sesame Workshop will downsize significantly with layoffs. The CEO says. Sesame Workshop will downsize, announced President and CEO Sherry Rollins Weston on Wednesday. And note to staff, the layoffs come about 2 months after Max said it would, because HBO is no longer bankrolling them. After Max said it would stop distributing Sesame Street episodes after 2025, and within a day after more than 200 employees asked for Sesame Workshop to recognize that they want to form a union.
Oh no, once you say that, it's over. Once you say that stupid shit, it's over. You think that's gonna work? You think that stupid shit's gonna work? No.
Hey, God.
Because that works so well for the writers. After thing, I think it's after. That works so well for them. Why do you think it's gonna go so well for you?
Imagine that. Hashtag Clownfish was right. Every time they form a union,
It goes left.
Times are tough, right? Times are tough, right?
They do it at the time when things are not the best time to do it.
Whether it's Hollywood or journalism or
you just
whatever.
really just wrote your death certificate for that point.
You can feel it. It's palpable. The money's not there. Again, you never asked daddy for a pony when you just got laid off. And that's what these people do time and time again. I think they think, well, if we form a union, when we get fired, we get laid off because we know it's coming, we'll have some protection. And look, I can't blame you. I can't blame you. You want to make sure you have a parachute. I've gotten laid off before and I had no parachute, and it freaking sucked. We almost lost our house. It was terrible. But a lot of times what it does is it actually incentivizes these companies to get rid of you faster, because now you're like, oh my
you're
God,
an idiot.
It's going to cost so much more.
Yeah.
It's going to be so much harder to get rid of you later.
Yep.
So we're just going to cut you loose now, because we know we're going to have to cut you loose.
Anyway.
But we're not even going to bother trying.
You're annoying anyway.
Like
no one likes your punk ass anyway, so who cares?
But other people want to. So amid the changing, oh my gosh, guys, NPR, join our newsletter. Amid the changing media and funding landscape,
says lol.
Decision to reduce the size of our organization, the Sesame Workshop spokesperson wrote in an email to NPR last December. Warner Brothers, which owns Max,
and it's really not hard to figure out who's the most problematic individual PR HR person in the room that you have to get rid of. It's not that hard to figure out. They're usually dressed the very stereotype as I'm referring to. You know who I'm referring to. We all know.
For 10 years, it was not renewing the deal to fund new episodes.
Even they know.
Children's
That's why
series.
the
After
unionized.
the corporation said its priorities had shifted. Sesame Street was not core to our strategy. Did they really get much off of Sesame Street?
I don't think so.
Look, Sesame Street's always been rattling that tin cup, right?
I thought it was even weird when Sesame Street was on HBO in the first place. Like, that was weird as fuck for me. When it moved to HBO, when they announced that shit was weird as shit. I thought, because when I hear HBO, I'm thinking adult stuff, like adult movies, adult, like, TV movies, I guess, or those, like, short films and all that stuff. Like, it's HBO. HBO Max. Well, they call it Max. They don't call it HBO Max. I think they just call it Max. But, like, the fact that it was even on there, I'm like, I don't know about this, guys. Especially even Cartoon Network, if it's on HBO Max, I believe.
Bust out Big Bird and Cookie Monster when I was a kid to be like, please, children, beg your parents to give PBS $100 and we'll give you this plushie.
Oh, yeah, they said that.
Oh, that's what it was.
Back in the day, I remember that as a kid. They used to do that. They said they'll beg for you to send a donation to keep supporting them. They were the original Patreon. They was the original Patreon, like, not even founders. Like, there was the original Patreon, like, beggars, like, on the internet through the TV. That was it. I remember that. That was crazy.
God, I remember watching it as a kid. And you get like 10 minutes into the episode, and here's some like weird man would pop up on the screen and be like, "Only you can save Big Bird."
Yep.
And they've been doing that for years. It's like,
Yep.
You know, it's just that is the business model of Sesame Street. And for those of you who don't know how Sesame Street started or why Sesame Street started,
It was made, if he's going to say it was made for inner city kids who couldn't access to good education or just education in general or some shit like that. It was for kids who are disenfranchised in life. Whether it was usually inner city because New York, whatever. So like, if they can get education for free on the TV, that'd be better than them not like knowing how to read and all that stuff and blah blah blah. I think it was focused mainly on minorities, but like because that was the demographic that was trying to go for. It was not going for like kids in the suburbs or anything like that, because that's why it was never set in the suburbs. You never see a Sesame Street and it's then set in the suburbs. You don't see like an alternative Sesame Street and it's set in the suburbs. It's set in like a city, mostly New York, 9 times out of 10. Or something that resembles New York at its highest. So, like, yeah, that was usually what the reason was.
It was started basically as charity. It was started to give inner city kids a leg up because suburban kids were much further ahead in education. And
What I say? I love my shit. I'm old as fuck, but I know shit. I might sound young, but I'm old as shit. Let's go. Let's go.
Original version of Sesame Street was educational. I don't know what it is now. It's just like,
oh no, it's all about being nice and being kind to people all goddamn day and pushing I want to say liberal messaging, but like I'm not even seeing like the latest Sesame Street, but I can probably bet my left nut that it doesn't talk about numbers and 1, 2, 3s. They probably pushes pronouns more. They push actual letters, numbers, and like educational values for kids to learn how to read. I bet you they focus more on how to be nice than actually focus on teaching you how to like literally sound out letters and words and know how numbers work and all that shit. They might even tell you that numbers are racist at one point. They probably did that. I'm pretty sure they did that. I wouldn't be even surprised if they somehow managed to shoehorn that Marxist nonsense in there too. I would not put it past them. That's how insane.
Puppets and social commentary.
Yep.
It's very weird. It's like a half an hour of it. It used to be kind of like Laugh-In, because those were huge, in the 60s and 70s, those kinds of shows. They were like variety shows, but it was very like quick cuts. It was like, okay, we got like a couple minutes with the Muppets interacting with the human characters, and then we're going to cut to a whole bunch of like animated segments, but they're very catchy. 1, 2, 3, 4,
4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. Oh man, I missed those. Does anyone remember that? Am I the only one who remembers this? Come on. I'm not the only one here who remembers Sesame Street. Fuck y'all. If you're not talking, you all too young. Get the fuck out of here. This is crazy. No one's saying anything about this. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Everybody remembers that stuff, and it stuck with you. And kind of like Schoolhouse Rock, that whole era. I mean, that whole era of edutainment was golden. Like that stuff stuck with you, and
for a long
it's almost like I feel like we're in the Common Core era of edutainment now.
Elmo craves
Morgan R said Elmo craves chaos.
And definitely counterproductive and definitely pushing social agendas.
Yeah.
So the layoffs are necessary to ensure that the workshop is poised.
This is why you have to sit down and watch TV with your kids at this point now. You have to like legit watch what your kids are looking at, because the Sesame Street's doing this shit. Oh god, I can imagine those super far left video, Netflix or YouTube or whatever the fuck kids are watching these days, is TV or cartoons. You gotta watch very closely at what they're watching. I would even watch a little bit on anime as well, because I can't even put it past anime, because I know they're trying to push, BlackRock's trying to push crazy shit. But now BlackRock's saying that they're walking it back, but I don't know if that's actually true. I don't think they are. I think what they're doing is walking it back in the way of how they message things.
Jolly Ancha says I watch closely and am an adult.
Yeah, you gotta watch very closely, because you'd be surprised how subtle they like to push it. The subtlety is not a left wing's person's strong suit. I'm gonna tell you that much.
deliver on its mission for years to come. Doesn't make the human impact more or any less painful. Makes it more painful. Yeah, so this is The Guardian. Sesame Street
I think the election kind of puts that on blast mostly, and TikTok almost coming to an end. I think that really says a lot for people who are not subtle with it and don't know when to keep their mouth shut, because when people went on that whole confession nonsense, I know now they're probably regretting that shit hard. Like, hard.
Profit to be hit with layoffs after staff announced the union. This happens all the time.
And it still bothers me up to this day on how those people just like made the decision to tell people and confess their bullshit.
Flynn Vassant said, I was just listening. Yes, I remember Sesame Street. It wasn't left stuff when I was watching, though.
Yeah, it was not. It was mainly just focused on education. If ever rarely. They did talk about being nice to people, but it was like, oh,
Flynn
Elmo
Vassant said, I don't know when that started.
I would say it started in, I think it started around the same time, in like around 2012, 2013, 2014. A little before 2015, or at least 2016. I'll say at least 2014. 2014, I think. That's where it really started really ramping itself up, because they started adding new characters with like disabilities and shit to teach kids tolerance and all that shit, and that's where everything went left. Once they started adding characters like that, that's when shit went left. I think they had a Muppet that was like disabled or something, and they wanted to push that agenda onto kids.
Flynn Vassant said, yeah, I probably stopped watching just before it happened.
Yep. So that's where, and don't get me wrong, having someone who's disabled is not evil or anything. I don't even consider that woke, but like, I think it's how they went about it that's the problem. I think that's the problem. Having someone who's disabled or a disabled Muppet to teach kids tolerance and how to like accept people for who they are, that's not a problem. The problem is how they tends to message to children to a degree. That's where the problem comes in, because these people don't know the difference between, teaching and lecturing. Those are two different things.
We told you it was like Image Comics. They're like, oh, let's unionize. Hey, Ubisoft. Hey, our
which is funny because, like, if I remember right, kids like shows like Clifford did this very thing, right? But they did it in a subtle way that didn't seem so forced, right? They didn't do Clifford with a.
Flynn Vassant said, I was watching better stuff like Wild Kratts and Odd Squad on PBS Kids.
I got you. And then like the thing is like, like if I remember right, Clifford did the same thing. There was a dog who had like 3 legs. He was missing a leg. I think he lost a leg in an accident or something. And they was talking about about their differences and how he looks different or seems different from the rest, but he's just normal like everyone else. And they treat him as normal as everyone else, right? They shows back then that pushed the idea of difference was better then than they were now when it's forced. When you're forced, you feel it. You know when someone's being genuine. It's just, you don't even have to know them like that. There's something in yourself that you can tell this person's being legitimate. They may be a bit misguided, but I feel like what they're trying, I literally believe what they believe is what they think is true. But when you think they're just doing it because they have to catch a quota, it obviously tells a lot, 9 times out of 10.
The verge of bankruptcy. Let's ask for more money in job security. I'm like, well, nice try, but you're probably gonna be the first ones out the door. I'm just telling you. Clownfish hates unions. No, Clownfish is old, and I've been around a while, and I've worked at different companies, and I've seen this play out time and time again, especially now. Things are tight now. Sesame Street nonprofit to be hit with layoffs after staff announced unionization plans. They said they have to downsize significantly. The news of layoffs at the organization came just shortly after more than 200 employees at Sesame Workshop revealed their plans to unionize, and comes several months after Warner Brothers dropped them. An emailed staff on Wednesday, Rollins Weston, that was the CEO, told employees that Sesame Workshop was not immune to the current economic challenges inherent to the drastically changing media landscape, and at the end of their distribution deal, combined with the policy changes affecting their federal funding, there it is, guys, USAID probably, meant that they were confronted with the perfect storm. These factors, among others, have left us with a significant budget gap that we must solve as we head into the next fiscal year. get rid of Elmo.
Oh shit.
Bring back old school Sesame Street. Well, he can't because
Jolly Ancha says kind of reminds me of the show Caillou.
Rollins Weston said the company's
Oh,
largest
Caillou.
single expense was people and benefits.
I'm not gonna lie, Caillou was not a show of like either education. It was just an excuse to make a boy that looks like he has cancer to be a total asswipe. I'm dead serious. Like that show was a terroristic show in its own right. Like that show was built to upset me. I think they knew who I was going to be in the future, and they made this to come after me like the Terminator. They sent this in the past to come after me. That show is not horrendous.
Jolly
Ancha says wait a far. I never knew on that one.
Like Caillou has its moments, and then majority of it is just a shit show. That kid is a piece of shit. Actually, Caillou is a perfect example of what happens when you have stupid children or you don't wrap it up. That's what happens when you don't wrap it up. You have kids like Caillou, and you wish that you wrapped it up. I'm telling you, Caillou is a good commercial to let you know don't be a single parent. Like, he's annoying, and he has two parents, and he's annoying. Imagine having just one. My God.
The production? That's weird.
Man's a terrorist.
And the company therefore must downsize.
Jolly Ancha says the parents even tried to brush his attitude off.
No.
Yep.
I think this might be the end of Sesame Street. I don't think it's going to be the end of Sesame Street, but like, it's going to be greatly diminished. I know before they were looking into turning it into like a bunch of animated shorts or some weird, like they were going to do some weird stuff with it. But it does feel like even after HBO got involved, it feels like Sesame Street's on a definite downward trajectory, right? And then we had
this is what happens when you this is the ultimate aftermath when you go woke. You absolutely go broke. Everyone is feeling it. All these people are feeling it. Don't go woke, because when you go woke, this is the shit that happens to you. You go absolutely broke. You're still upset. You're mad at the world. Nothing gets fixed. And you're constantly in a perpetual state of like just danger all the time.
All kinds of social issues come up.
Mainly from yourself.
We had, they had to make sure they had, which was I thought was
Jolly
Ancha says the older shows were so much better at hiding their intentions, though.
Yeah, because they were subtle, and it was written by people with real life experience, not some person from art school.
Is there at the beginning of the show. And most of the cast of Sesame Street, at least when I was
or from Drama Club or some stupid shit.
Hispanic. Bob was like the only white guy. It's just like really weird. Like, we don't have enough representation. We don't have enough representation on Sesame Street. We have to, but they had that, and then they had the whole vaccine thing. That was a controversy. So that's what they're using the money for, guys, is to push all this stuff. And Sesame Street before, again, wasn't, they dealt with social issues, but it was mostly about education. It was mostly numbers and letters and, getting along with others. And we don't teach that enough now. We don't teach getting along with others. Instead, if other people, their families vote differently than you, they must be excommunicated from the group and shit. Not
or
the
some
Sesame
stupid
Street
shit like
out,
that.
but you know what I'm saying. So on Tuesday, more than 200 workers at Sesame Workshop, including early childhood and education experts, fundraisers, facility staff, producers, paralegals, and more, declared their desire to form a union. So the creatives, the people that actually make the show, are unionized. And I'm going to tell you, from a business perspective, they're looking at this like, well, those people deserve it because they make the show go. But some of these people probably do too, but they're probably like, well, it's unnecessary. We talked about that before. We talked about, when you make cuts, you're kind of like, okay, do I need both legs? Do I need both arms? Can I get by with a kidney? One kidney versus two. You know what I'm saying? That's what they look at. And this is when you're bleeding out like this, when the company's bleeding out, you're going to be like, what is the bare minimum I need to make sure this thing continues to chug along? And it sucks. It does suck. I've had to make those decisions before. I just made those decisions with one of our own businesses. Last year, I had to let a bunch of people go because I'm like, I see no path forward. I don't know what to do. It's like the internet is changing, and that's just the way it is. It said Sesame Street has taught generations.
That's the thing.
Kindness, fairness.
Yeah, I may have to get. I'm just gonna let you guys know. Since I won't be streaming as much anymore, I may have to get rid of Tickfinities. Just to let you know, because since money's not running in like that as it used to, that's gotta go. So, this is probably your last week to ever hear from Rocket ever again. That's my AI voice. So yeah, this is your last time you ever hear all the silly sounds that you guys send gifts in. This is the last week.
Right. Said Phoebe Gilpin, the senior director of formal learning, when the group announced their desire to unionize. They wanted to unionize and they got fired. The dedicated staff behind this beloved show and so much more, we believe Sesame Workshop should embody those same values by ensuring all workers have a voice in the decisions that affect us. By coming together, we believe we can build a stronger, more supportive workplace that embodies the crucial lessons we teach the world's children every day. The world's children, that's it. $20 million for Middle Eastern Sesame Street. Just teach numbers and letters. That's what it was about originally.
They can do that to their damn selves. Why do you need to be bankrolled by fucking... Why do you need to be bankrolled from America to do this? Do that your own fucking self. Make your own damn Muppets and then just tell them how to do numbers and shit. You can't do that? You guys are not capable of doing that? Come on. Come on, bullshit. Bull fucking shit. I don't believe that. It's not like it takes that much money to make some Muppets, have some stupid people talk to some fake Muppets about being nice to people. Fuck you. I'm dead serious. That ain't even being funny. There's no reason for us to fund such stupid shit. That's dumb. That is dumb. That is as dumb as them saying, I want to fund anime in the middle way. So, like, why are we funding that? I love anime, and I've been doing anime as somewhat of my career, but, like, that's not important. That is not important for taxpayers' money to be on that shit. Get the fuck out of here. I don't care.
I was there. I remember. Well, not at the very beginning, but
you can hate me all you want. I don't care. That is stupid.
Numbers and letters. Now, Trump is to blame, according to the Washington Post.
That's a waste of money.
Of course. Yeah, layoffs to hit Sesame Workshop amid streaming woes and Trump attacks. The Sesame Street nonprofit has lost a private streaming deal. Trump singled out a $20 million grant in a long list of crap that his administration is cutting. Why are we paying for Sesame Street in the Middle East?
I don't know. This makes no sense.
Can somebody
explain
how we got to this point? I mean, what the hell? The future of the 55-year-old show has been in limbo since Warner Brothers.
That shit is stupid. I'm dead serious.
Let's see where they get into the Trump stuff. Like 200 people. The streaming business has changed in recent years. Yeah, people are canceling with companies paying less for content. Max decided to end the deal because children's programming did not fit in with its overall direction. Yeah, Game of Thrones. And they were doing mashups, too. They're doing, like, Game of Thrones and Sesame Street mashups. It was weird. It's unclear why the show has not been able to strike a deal with other streaming services that have more children's content, because it's no longer relevant. It's no longer Sesame Street. What little I saw of it a year or two ago, I'm like, what the hell is this? This is not Sesame Street. It's not Sesame Street. I don't recognize. I mean, obviously, most of the people that were on it when I watched it are gone, but like it didn't even have the same vibe. Like the same vibe was not there. It didn't feel the same. One factor, many if not most children's shows are animated. That's
I think Sesame Street peaked at the time when Elmo was beefing with a piece of rock. I think that was the time it peaked. After that, that's when everything went left after the whole rock situation between him and Elmo. Once that ended, or at least seemed like it came to an end, that died. Sesame Street died.
Hema said hello.
Hello, Hema.
What they were going to do is try to make it animated, which can be less expensive. Sesame employs a complex system that includes academic research, live action Muppets, and a human cast, all in an expensive soundstage in New York. Sesame Street is one of the most well-known franchises in American entertainment, yeah. But its audience has shrunk as competition has grown. Yeah, kids are watching more brain rot on YouTube. They're not watching Sesame Street. There weren't a lot of options. Again, when I was a kid,
Hema said, I'm so cute.
We got cable. We had like 4
Jolly Hunter says then they tried to do a similar thing with Barney.
Yes.
Children will develop closer relationships with the Muppets. I think that was a huge mistake. It's like the Elmo and Abby Cadabby show. It's like, no. Like even my daughter, when she was watching Sesame Street, we would go back and watch the old shows. We'd go back and watch the...
There's a stark difference.
Jolly Hunter
says that did not go down well at far.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a stark difference between Sesame Street that was going on in the 70s or even the 80s, 90s, and 2000s compared to now.
Watching Sesame Street, we'd go back and watch those. She liked those more than the new stuff. It's also working to expand its audience beyond young people, 4 and 5-year-olds, by developing more narrative storytelling. Sesame Street was actually for older kids when it started. I'm not talking 10-year-olds. That was Electric Company, but it wasn't dumb. It wasn't a dumb show. It was for
it was like for anyone virtually, whether you was an adult, a a teenager, or you get the concept of what was happening. You didn't have to know any fucking stupid lore. It was like every episode was literally a one-off episode by itself. Even if it did connect to another episode, something previous, you can kind of just make a legitimate educational guess of what happened or what's happening, and you usually will be 9 times out of 10 right. It's everywhere you was wrong, because the show was never in depth in its storytelling. The show was in depth when it was
Jolly Hunter says I cringed at those episodes, Jingle.
The show was in depth when it was just focusing on the letter the number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't think they even went past the age the number 30. I think that was the number that they stayed on, was 30. I think that's the highest. When it comes to the letters, they went to A to O A to Z, right? So that's it. I don't think they went past 30 at all. I don't think so. Well, when I was watching it, it seemed like it did. But Jesus Christ. That's you didn't have to know any type of lore, there was a technical story at all, because everything was kind of a one-off thing, or usually was just a Family Guy skit, take away, or cut away to something else. Usually that's what it was.
2nd grade kids when it started, and it just you could see it getting dumber and dumber and
stupid
as time went on.
Yes.
Even Follow That Bird. Watch that movie. If you've never seen Follow That Bird, the Sesame Street movie, that was a pretty smart movie. Even Elmo and Grouchland was pretty smart in the 90s, and then it got really dumb. You're supposed to be teaching kids, and the show's so damn dumb now. I said, yes, since Sesame Street first started airing in 1969, Sesame Workshop has become a large nonprofit. Yeah, that's part of the problem. In 2023, the most recent year for which tax filings were available, it had $187 million in revenue, $192 in expenses, and $559 million in assets. Then CEO Steve Youngwood's compensation was $1 million a year for nonprofit. Sesame also, here we go, guys, here it is. Sesame also faces a loss of funding as the Trump administration seeks to drastically cut the budget. In his address to Congress on Tuesday, Trump singled out a grant to Sesame Street as one on a long list of crap that this administration is cutting. The $20 million grant was from USAID to tailor one of its existing shows for children in Iraq. But why? Why did the children of Iraq need Big Bird?
Yes, why? $20
million.
Why?
The layoff announcement came the same week that more than 200 employees announced they were seeking to be recognized as a union. That, I think, has more to do with it. Cast and crew are already unionized. The new group includes early childhood experts, fundraisers, producers, and others. Spokesperson for Sesame Workshop said respects workers' rights to form a union and plan to respond. No, they know you're going to cost more and they can't afford it. That's as simple as that. But there you go, guys. Sesame Street on the rocks. Big Bird is blue. Go watch that movie. Follow That Bird was actually very, very good. So my grandmother took me, I remember, me and my cousins to go see it. And I was at the age where I was too old for Sesame Street. My cousins were younger than me.
So I had
But we went to go see it, and I was like, that was actually a pretty good movie. I mean, I was still a kid, but I was like, yeah, it wasn't bad. That wasn't it didn't insult my intelligence or anything. But anyway, I'm going to wrap it up. Please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. We'll talk later.
What do we have? Too Japanese, huh?
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon Geeky Sparkles sitting this video out. So we're going to talk about video games. We're going to talk about the director of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth saying that Japanese developers now create with a global audience in mind from the very start. And he
What does that
apparently
mean?
confirms games are subjected to thorough ethical reviews tailored to different regions. This is coming from
Okay.
Spencer Bakuli on
like that.
Bounding in
I
the
don't like
Comics.
how
We're
that's
going to take a
sounding.
look at this. And this actually tracks because Square's been making some pretty questionable decisions lately, I think, with censorship and with going back and altering older titles to, I guess, make the modern audience happy, to make California Square
You mean they,
employees
them?
happy. But they've been bleeding out a lot of money, too. And Square's been hemorrhaging cash. And, look, this is not the same company it was 20 plus years ago. Square Enix is not Squaresoft, RIP. They definitely changed once the merger happened, and definitely in the last 10 years they've changed quite a bit. So we're going to talk about this. Before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. Guys, check out our Substack, clownfishtv.substack.com. If you're not getting notified of our videos, and sometimes YouTube does not notify people of videos when they drop, go to Substack, sign up, and you'll get notified every time we post a video. Link there, you'll get an email about it. So thank you so much for that. This is coming from Bounding in the Comics, and it's funny because I just yesterday was talking about Vagrant Story, and that's a very, very, very good Squaresoft title that has been kind of lost to the sands of time. One of my favorite RPGs, actually, of the 90s. I don't know, 2000.
Oh shit, that
It came out in
scared me.
2000.
Holy
I think it was like
shit.
the Summer of Adventure or whatever. But it was fantastic. I was kind of like, is that actually part of Final Fantasy? Because it took place in Evil East, which was Final Fantasy 12 setting and tactics setting, but whatever. I'd like to see it remastered, but if they remastered it, they'd probably nerf it, because that's the thing that Square keeps doing. So check this out. According to Bounding in the Comics, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth director is Naoki Hamaguchi. Naoki Hamaguchi. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Don't worry, I'm sure everybody in the comments will tell me if I'm not. The evolution of video games from a niche hobby into a worldwide industry has resulted in Japanese developers shifting their design priorities away from the sensibilities of their local markets and toward those of the larger global audience.
Okay.
The global audience. This would probably explain the censorship, probably explain... I know a lot of the older games, they've gone back and censored stuff. I mean, a lot of it's minor. I mean, I'm going to be honest. I mean, some of the stuff they censored in, like, Final Fantasy VIII, I was thinking, like, Siren. I mean, it's kind of weird that, like, Siren was fine as a PG-13 game in 1998, 99. I guess it was 99. But then,
I don't think a lot of people realize the reason why I think a lot of things went under the radar within the late, maybe.
Jolly Hunter says they are censoring them just because of their designs. Odd.
Like, I think what people don't realize why in the early 2000s or late 90s or even the early 90s or even the late 80s, the reason why a lot of things wasn't as censored as before is because I think, this is what I think. It may not be true. You may have a different opinion to me on this, but that's perfectly fine. But I think the reason why a lot of things that we considered not that problematic compared to now is because, well, the world was coming to an end to a certain degree, so no one gave a flying fuck to a degree. Like, think about it. A lot of people believed that the Y2K was coming, and we thought the world was coming to an end. So we all kind of just said, fuck it. Why do we think we have the term party like it's 1999? That exists because, well, we thought the world was literally coming to an end. To a degree. So anything that came on the radar was like, well, if things go wrong. You know how many people was banking on that to happen so they have to go to work the next day? A lot of people was banking on that shit to happen so they don't have to go to work. And when that shit didn't go down the way it did, people was really pissed off. I had to go work tomorrow.
Jolly Hunter says I mean stuff also happened, then the joking started to be taken more seriously back then too.
To a degree, but without the internet. So if there, see, the thing is, what a lot of people don't realize is that what makes the late 90s all the way back to like probably the 1800s, what makes everything pretty much the same and different is that the clothes was different, the lingo was different, The people act different, the values change, but the one thing that never changed at the time, or well, at least slow to change the most, was the idea of communication. Communication got better and better as time went by. We didn't have to use animals to send like messages and stuff like that. It's because of the internet. This makes these things a lot more apparent, and why these so-called companies, or these so-called organizations, these so-called cults, these so-called gangs, these so-called movements, as you want to call them, or activist movements, are so prevalent now, is because they have something called the internet, right? And because remember, for you to be part of a cult, for you to be part of a gang, for you to be part of an organization back in the 90s and back, you had to be you need to physically always be present to a degree. You can't just be there on a video call. You can't be on a Discord call. You couldn't like send messages on a blog or a forum or that stupid shit, or on a Twitter. You had to physically.
Johnny just says facts.
And because of that, it made communication slow, and I wouldn't say people were lazy, because that was a normal thing.
Morgan R. said culture cult.
Or
trademark. For entertainment purposes only.
But like that was it. Because for you to be this is why when people say there was an activist in the 90s and less, I took them seriously. I take you seriously if you say you was an actual like journalist, activist, or something. You know why? Because you had to physically go out there, stand outside. Now, I'm not saying people are not doing that.
Morgan R. said, unlike our delicious sponsor, HelloFresh.
But like, we'll jump on that in a second. But like, the point before I lose my thought, the thing is like, I'll take you more seriously, because remember, people went outside because they genuinely believe whatever they was doing was right. Majority of these activists are doing this because it's for clout. They're not, or grifting. They're doing it for clout. Why do you think majority of the time they have their phone out? Why do you think majority of the time they go on Twitter? Why do you think majority of the time they don't go to the actual authorities? They just literally put it on Twitter or any Blue Sky or where the fuck. They put it on these platforms to dog whistle to their friends and family, or whoever the hell they deem as a comrade or an ally, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. And then what happens is what they're trying to do is look for clout and get the views, and like the Melissa McCarthy's and stuff like that. They try to, and all Sweet Baby Inc. They try to play victim and also try to cancel people all at the same time. But you couldn't do that in the early 90s. You can say virtually anything. You can say racist things to a degree without really be fucked with. And it wouldn't really follow you if you moved to another state, right? So like if you said something racist or did something heinous in a town that wasn't actually considered illegal but was heinous in the sense of social norms, all you have to do is just move. Move to the next state. No one's got to know you. That's how it used to work back in the 90s, 80s, 70s, 60s. You just have to move to another place, and then you pretty much knew. Like, nothing happened, right? As long as it's not like an actual crime and you said something that was rude or discriminatory or whatever, it didn't matter. It didn't really follow you like that, unless it was like at work or something. So...
Flint Vassen said, hey, you forgot about the gift thing.
Gift thing? What gift thing? What gift thing? But yeah, that's how, this is why times feel much more, things feel like everything's closing in on you, because we're always on the internet. That's why we're always constantly hearing political stuff all the time, because you're on the internet. If you're not on the internet, you don't really hear about these things. So, oh, it says sent a thumbs up.
Flint Vassen said that.
Oh, it doesn't, oh no, the gift thing doesn't work with TikFan. It only works for TikTok. But if you did send a GIF, which I see it says it right there. That's new. They don't even show the thumb. It just says it. That's weird. Oh, that's weird. But yeah, that's why everything's the way it is, because the internet. If the internet wasn't the internet and we didn't have the internet, I think everything will be like the 90s still, or at least the early 2000s for much longer. Things will still change. I'm not saying it wouldn't, because everything changes no matter what. You can't stop that. But like, it wouldn't be as rampant on everything. That's why you can always hear there's a new gender, there's a new this.
Flynn Vassen said, I guess that is weird.
Yeah, it doesn't do that on the TikFitty. It doesn't even do it on Caster Labs. It just says you either sent it or it doesn't say anything. But thank you, though. I appreciate it. Oh, look. Oh, look. A flower. But it doesn't... Oh, that sucks. Actually, a flower. I see a flower. That's so cool. It's in a heart. I see a heart. Oh, that's cool. It's just like... Wow, they're just literally copying TikTok. They don't give a fuck. They don't care. They just literally copying TikTok. That's crazy. But yeah, that's why, for those who wondering why these are happening and why this things feel so intense, it's because of that. Because the internet exists. As long as it exists, well, you're going and you're on it. As long as you're on the internet and the internet exists, you're always going to feel like you're in some type of the state of despair somewhere down the line. Whether it's small, whether it's cringe videos, whether it's political stuff, whether it's political stuff in your video games. If you're buying it from the internet, like, you can't really escape it. And that's where the problem is, because either your work isn't tied into it, the place you work at has a website tied to it, they send you an email, something like that. You have to be on the internet one way or another for work or not. Even for LinkedIn, if you want to get a job, you need a LinkedIn, right? So that's the sad truth.
Flynn Vassant said,
Jolly Answer says, I wonder sometimes if the evolution of the internet is why they're trying to create an AI.
Goes to you.
You both chose to say something.
Jolly Answer 35 said, I wonder sometimes if the evolution of the internet is why they're trying to create an AI.
No, they're creating an AI is because they don't want people to communicate in a way that leads to this. This is why Hollywood doesn't like the idea of like how things are going now, because they can't suck each other off anymore, but with the political messaging. So like, and Google's known to be very left leaning. So like, if they can somehow control that narrative, this is pretty much what this is about, controlling the narrative. If you have control of the narrative, you're the one in power. That's usually about power 90% of the time. And most of these people are Marxists, so that falls into their ideology of the idea of power. So it makes sense. So, you know. I said that when it was first added, literally TikTok, except I don't know how much of that money goes to you. That's why I don't use it. You're just better off pretending to
Flynn Vassant asks, you mean far left, right?
Yeah, far left. But like, that's why I don't ask people to send me gifts on this, because 30% of that goes to, is it 30%? 30% of that goes to, or 60%. I think 30% of that goes to YouTube and TikTok. No, I think half. So this is why if you just want to support me, send it to the Cash App. But people ignore doing that. I don't know why.
Like, it's too offensive, so they have to like cover up more now, you know. But they've been censoring games. Like, they've been censoring games for a long time. They used to do it under Nintendo. Like, a lot of those games were censored quite a bit. We didn't know any better. Hamaguchi, who was promoted from his role as the co-director of Remake to the director of the trilogy's remaining entries.
Flynn Vassant said, it's funny that they say far right a lot more than far left.
Yeah, they usually do.
Production, providing
You're not wrong.
Insight into his home nation's current approach to game development while speaking to the official Sony blog.
Jolly Answer says, TBH, I think they've loosened up on censoring some games. NGL on that.
So in my opinion, this is where
that varies based on the company you're referring to, because some companies are not.
Sony came off the rails. They started letting the West dictate their content. I mean, they always on PlayStation, but some of the best games, most of the best games, at least early on, were Japanese games designed primarily for a Japanese audience that Americans just also happen to like. And they do have a new CEO, and I am kind of wondering if they're not going to try to resuscitate the Japaniness, I guess.
Japaniness?
of their games. That would be great, right? Japaniness. I just made that word up. Yeah,
sounds
so
perverted.
Asked by the host what factors
why did that sound perverted?
For a global audience. He said there are so many elements that go into game development, from the story to every little detail in the game's presentation. Okay, we conduct thorough ethical reviews tailored to different regions, taking the time and resources to ensure our work doesn't become a source of negativity for anyone is essential in today's world. A lot of Japanese developers are kind of taking this approach, and I know like Capcom, I think, was too. And I mean, it makes sense to a degree. You don't want to do something that's going to offend the majority of your market. But the flip side of that is the
Flynn
people that are
Vassen said,
listening to it,
yes.
I believe, are the
We
wrong
influenced
people.
Japanese
I
after
think
World
this
War
is
II,
where
and now they
these
influence us rolling on the floor laughing
sensitivity
emoji.
I know the irony.
Cultural DEI people that I don't even know what their positions are because they just make this shit up on the fly. They get embedded into the process, right? They probably tell the Japanese studios, well, this will offend people because of whatever talking point. And you don't want to offend people, do you? I think this is what happens with anime too. And I think the studios, or at least the anime studios, are catching on because they're kind of cutting out the translators, and they're like, no, we'll just use AI.
Yeah, I have no. Actually, I'm not like, as much as I don't like that, I do like it at the same time. I have no problem if they replace majority of these voice actors with AI who takes the Japanese voice and just translate the Japanese voice into English. We'll actually hear Gojo in his actual full form in English. Well, I'm not saying the person who does Gojo is a problem. I have no problem with him. I think he's a great voice actor. He embodies the idea
Flynn
of
Vassen
Gojo.
said the irony is strong with this one.
Right? So like, it's like I have no problem with him when it comes to his voice acting. He did a great job as playing as Gojo and all the other roles he plays in. It's not just Gojo he plays. He played several characters. I think he played one of the characters from Seven Deadly Sins. I think he played the villain in the first season, or was it the second season? I think it was the first season. And also he's in Skullgirls as well. I think he also plays the villain as well, or somewhat of a villain. So yeah, like, I think he does just fine. But like, it sucks that you may have to lose good voice actors over stupid voice actors or translators or anything to that effect. Like, Janie Marchi is horrible because she likes to push her political messaging into the stratosphere and the anime stuff, like she did with what do you call it? What was that anime called? Dragon Maid. Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. That was some stupid shit that she put in there.
Flynn Vassen said, he's from Dragon Ball Super is in a bunch of English dubs now.
Yeah. I don't know, he's in a lot of stuff, but a lot of people don't talk about it.
We'll put it out there, we'll do it ourselves. And I get it. I mean, if you're dropping hundreds of millions of dollars on a game, you don't want to.
Morgan R. said, watching voice actors / actresses play Dungeons and Dragons is my guilty pleasure. Won't lie.
You've lost so much.
Morgan R. said, especially Ashley Johnson Lamau.
In part from listening to the West, right? Because people love Squaresoft games. They love those games. They love the Japanese RPGs. And all you got to do is give people more of that, right? Go back, maybe
MZ Mir said hi.
Hello.
You know, more streamlined production, lower budget games, but good, solid games. You've got so much.
Cherry Blossom emoji. Benjamin D. Cherry Blossom emoji. Said him back slightly smiling face emoji. Finished eating a while ago, but hey, smile.
You know, we've got
Flynn Vassen said, I know he's in Solo Leveling, Hunter x Hunter, and Hell's Paradise.
Yep.
Done anything with that?
Cherry Blossom emoji. Benjamin D. Cherry Blossom emoji said D.
Back in the day was they
MZ Mir said doing good.
Turned out like at least.
You know what I found it funny is when Disney said it was offensive to put people who has dwarfism as playing dwarves in the Snow White movie, but voice actors have no problem. Well, these anime companies or voice acting companies have a
Flynn
problem.
Vassen said that's offensive.
How it's
Jolly
just says that it's not funny but offensive.
See, like, what's funny about that is, like, they say it's problematic to put them. It's not offensive because a bunch of people who you just ultimately putting no people who has dwarfism into that is offensive, because now you just made it much harder for people who have dwarfism to be in movies. It's not like you see them all the time. That makes it very problematic, because now people like what's his name, Peter Dinklage kicked down that ladder for everyone else who was like him. A lot of people don't know a lot of people who are celebrities that suffer from dwarfism.
MZ Mir said maybe Japanese are finding people for work for them. Fake blue smiling.
Because like what's funny is that it's problematic not to cast someone who has dwarfism to be an elf or a gnome.
Flynn Vassen said no going to lie. Dwarfism is basically not a disability.
No.
Just occurs.
Yeah, it just occurs. But the problem is, like, the voice acting companies were trying to push this idea. I don't know if they still push it today. They're trying to push the idea that if you don't look like the character or you're not ethically the character, you can't voice the character, which I think is really stupid. I have no problem if a black person voice a white guy, and I have no problem when a white guy voices an Asian person, and I have no problem with an Asian person voicing a black guy. I have no problem with it. It's literally acting, and it's not racist. I don't find that racist. If anything, it's impressive. I don't find it problematic. I think that's stupid as fuck. I don't think a Native American, I don't think a black guy who sounds like a Native American should be stopped, because the guy who voiced Samurai Jack was a black man. Straight up. The guy who voiced what's his name? The Green Lantern from the black guy was the same person who was the voice of Samurai Jack, and he's a black guy. Straight up. He's not kind of a black guy. He is a black guy.
MZ Mir said, bro, do you have many struggles? You have to be here. Heart emoji.
Do you have many... what do you mean? I don't know what that kind of question that means. So that's crazy. I think that's kind of stupid on that behalf to say, oh, you know, because you have to look like the character, you should voice them. I'm like, that's stupid as fuck. It doesn't make any sense.
Good JRPGs per year, and a lot of them were...
There's a black woman, I forgot what anime it was. It was a black woman who voices like one of the Japanese characters in some sports anime. I forgot what it's called. It's a baseball anime. If you heard her voice, you would not think it was a black woman. But when you see her
Flynn
in the movie...
Bassens said, to be honest, I don't care who the voice actor is as long as they sound good as said character.
That's what I'm saying. As long as they sound good, that's all that matters. That shit is stupid. I don't think because you have to look like the character, ethnically come from that background. That shit is dumb. Then what you just did is you technically just kicked out a lot of black people, probably Native Americans, and probably even some Asians. I remember that one Asian dude, I forgot what's his name, something with some type of screen name. I forgot his name. It was a chubby dude. Some chubby Asian guy who's known for doing like comedy sketches on TikTok, I think. And he went with this segment, this very segment of you have to look at the character. And then when he said, or you have to be ethnically like the character, he actually just shot himself in the foot because he was supposed to voice some characters in the future, and then he lost all the roles because he doesn't look like that. And then he went on Twitter complaining, saying, I think, and trying to walk back what he said when he pushed this idea, not realizing that you not only have to look like the character, you have to look like the character, be ethnically that character, and be from that character. So even if you're Chinese, if I think he was Korean, and because the person was Japanese, or the character he was voicing Japanese, he could not voice that. That was funny as shit. I was like, good for you, you stupid fuck.
At the time,
now you're bitching and crying that you get no voice acting.
They're just like,
roles
oh
anymore.
yeah, let's just release Final Fantasy 1 for like the 45th time, but now with even better graphics and a really shitty font. So this is what's kind of irritating. He said back when the original Final Fantasy 7 was released, it was primarily created for the Japanese market. Its global reach expanded as it gained recognition. That is true. There was actually discussion when and I remember because I read all the video game magazines back in the day, but like there was discussion as to whether or not Final Fantasy 7 was even going to come to the United States, because Final Fantasy was very hit or miss. We had the first game, and it came over here a few years late, and they skipped 2 and 3 because they thought they're too hard and too much like the first one. And then
Flynn Bassett said, I recently watched the first season of Solo Leveling. It's not bad.
And then we skipped 5.
No, it's not bad. It's a pretty good show.
Miles said,
Now says him back.
And they were actually like, well,
Hello.
if they bring this out in the States, is it going to be 4? Is it going to be Final Fantasy 4? Or are we just not going to bring it out at all? And shockingly, and this is why really I think Sony got a lot of street cred from gamers, they did bring it out. They left the numbering intact, which got a lot of people wondering, like, wait, how did we miss so many Final Fantasy games? What the hell is going on here? And as far as I know, it really wasn't censored, right? I mean, the translation was shit. On the original PS1 translation was not great. You kind of had to fill in the blanks in the story because it's like, I don't know what the hell's going on here. But we got that game pretty much intact, and that was created mostly for the Japanese market. And then that kind of set the precedent, right? And then we started getting a whole bunch of other games that were not censored, and they came over here intact. And Sony would do that, and Nintendo would not do that. And then we started to feel like, oh my God, we've been lied to for decades. Like all these great games are in Japan, or the versions we've gotten are really shitty versions of better games. And for Square to say,
Flynn Vassant said, sometimes I wish I knew how to make a game rolling on the floor laughing emoji. Other times I'm like, I don't need to.
You can. It's not like you can actually do it from home. You can actually do it from home. You can use ChatGPT to teach you. You can use YouTube. You can learn to use Godot. That could be a first starting, or Unity, depending what you're willing to do, what you're looking to do game-wise. You may have to learn a little coding languages like C++, or I guess you can use JavaScript, but I don't think that's really meant for gaming. C++ or C-. Like after a while, if you practice enough, you get the hang of it. It's a language, though.
Flynn Vassant said, won't have time when I'm in the military, grinning, squinting face emoji.
True.
You're basically self-censoring, and that's not what people want. They want...
Jolly Archer says that coding is confusing.
American players,
that's what YouTube's
Western
for.
players want Japanese-style games. We tried it the other way with California, calling all the shots, and it sucked. And we're seeing all these AAA studios
use ChatGPT.
And I think it would be incredibly stupid of you to stop creating games that feel authentic to what Squaresoft was. But again, it's not the same company. It hasn't been for a very long time. Let's just shit out 15 more Kingdom Hearts reissues and whatever. They went on to say, but today, rather than prioritizing the Japanese market and letting the game's reach grow organically, we now create with a global audience in mind from the very beginning. We are in a completely different era. It is very clear. It is very clear you're in a different era. Error, not era.
No, we're in an error. No, he's not wrong. We're not in an era. We're in an error. He doesn't even realize what he said was actually the real truth. I don't think you realize it. We are in an era. We are in an era.
Jolly Archer says law.
We're not in an era. I'm telling you now.
We naturally developed the game in Japanese first before translating it. He added, during localization, we sometimes adjust phrasing to better fit different cultural contexts. That would be your sensitivity readers and your DEI consultants, your sweet baby Yanks get in there. However,
you mean those scammers? Those are scammers.
Players who have a deep respect and strong feelings for the original often notice even the slightest difference between the Japanese and translated versions and ask why certain changes were made. Yes, because we don't trust our own country to bring these things over intact. Yeah. Because we've seen time and time again that we get activists in the translation scene, the localization scene, and they embellish. And it's aggravating because we got a taste of what it's like to get straight from the tap in Japan, and now you're walking it back, and people don't like it. It's a challenge we constantly navigate in game creation. To this end, when asked if he had advice for fledgling video game designers, Hamaguchi asserted, I strongly encourage them to step out into the world and continue generating new ideas. It's important not to limit your perspective to the values or market of your own country. Maintaining a broad perspective will become more crucial for creativity in the generations to come. Yeah, let's just make everything as bland as possible so we don't offend anybody in any country. And let's stop making games that appeal to Japanese audiences because, we don't want to offend people in Portland, right? While it's ideal to travel and experience the world firsthand, we are fortunate to live in an era where content and entertainment are so easily accessible. There are countless opportunities to broaden your perspective and absorb new ideas. Always set your sights on competing on a global stage, and I hope that together we can contribute to the growth and expansion of Japan's entertainment worldwide. What's the point? If it's not going to be Japanese entertainment because it's going to be bland so it doesn't offend anybody anywhere, what's the fucking point? What's the point? Just make it anywhere, right? I mean, Yeah, so Squaresoft is dead, guys. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I think they put some good stuff out here and there. I did play Remake. I did not play Rebirth yet. I've heard pretty good things about it, to be honest. I have. But this is a kind of a disappointing thing to hear because I just think we're going to see more. If that's the mindset at Square currently, we're going to get more misfires. I mean, these were games, Avengers and Tomb Raider and all that the companies they acquired that they were trying to appeal to the West, and they mismanaged the IP. They lost hundreds of millions of dollars, and Square just needs to go back to being Square. Just make Japanese games, and the global audience will buy them, right? I mean, I think back to that early era of PlayStation 1, and like literally almost every game that Square brought out in Japan, they also brought out here in the US. I mean, like to Ball Number 1, like that never would have come out. That never would have come out in the 80s or 90s, early 90s. But because of Sony, because of players, American players being receptive to Japanese entertainment, authentic Japanese entertainment, we got pretty much everything, right? And I just don't want to see them lose that, but I think they're going to. Good luck with that, because if you're not giving people what they want, other studios will give it to them. So I'm gonna wrap this up, guys. Thank you very much. Please subscribe. We'll talk later. Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I am here with.
Oh shit! Are you serious? It says Snow White UK premiere scraped because Rachel Zegler won't shut the fuck up. Okay.
And apparently, they're not going to have a Snow White premiere in the UK because they're afraid of anti-woke backlash.
Drydriclos says lol.
Wow. It actually says, well, it doesn't say shut the fuck up, but it just say shut up.
Yeah. Look, it's not
I have that part in.
to say this movie looks like butt. It really isn't.
What?
Jolly Antra 30
Jolly Antra says I heard people do not like this new one at all.
So it looks
No one does.
It looks like crap. And it has nothing to do with, they're going to say, oh, because she's not white. Well, yeah, a lot of people are mad about that. But it has more to do with the fact that this woman will not shut her damn mouth and keeps going on about saying really stupid, polarizing things. And then the dwarves look terrible. I mean, you take your pick for reasons to hate on this. There's a million reasons.
There's no way she has a boyfriend. There is no way she has a boyfriend. I'm telling you, she is a ball-busting ass. I'm dead serious. She's the type, when you say anything slightly that she don't like, she will try to put you on blast in public. She's that type. I'm telling you now.
So I'm sitting here thinking, like, this is the UK, right?
I know she's extremely toxic. I'm pretty sure she is.
For saying
and crazy
things on Facebook, and they're worried that they're going to have a bunch of like alt-right Nazis show up at the Snow. Like, they think there's going to be a KKK rally at the Snow White premiere.
I don't. This is called.
Hell no.
Bullshit. That's what this is called. This is called smoke and mirrors. Are trying to already boogeyman, straw man argument. That it's going to fail because of the woke people. No, it's going to fail because it's ass.
That they're hiding it. They're hiding it. This is the UK. They will come to your house and arrest you if you say mean things on Facebook.
That's crazy.
So if you show up in full anti-woke attire in the UK
what does that even mean?
The Snow White princess movie hoedown, they will probably arrest you. I mean, come on.
This sounds to me like they're just trying to cancel it because they know it wasn't going to work out, and it was going to be the train wreck, and it was going to look bad for them, so they're canceling it.
So let's talk about it. Before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, guys. You will get a woohoo if you do.
Woohoo!
Go out to Substack, clownfishtv.substack.com. Make sure you set notifications because you probably won't get them on YouTube. That's just the way YouTube works now, so I want you guys to make sure you get notified of our new videos. We've been talking a lot about Snow White. I know it makes some people very, very angry for some reason, but Disney must be paying attention. They're paying attention to this because, they're not even going to have a premiere for it in the UK. That's
they're going to blame, but they're blaming on anti-woke backlash.
Anti-woke backlash.
Doubt it. Not in the UK. And there's a lot of backlash, and they're already trying to blame everything people hate about this is because it's anti-woke. It's like, and they're gonna say because she's not white. It's like, no, honestly, that's like the smallest complaint I've heard about this. Some people are mad about it, but we're like, if you're gonna have one princess, you don't race swap. It's literally Snow White. But most people are mad about a plethora of things that have nothing to do with her not being white enough.
Hi ho, hi ho. This comes from MovieWeb. Hi ho, there will be nowhere to go for at least one major premiere of Snow White because Disney has reportedly decided against rolling out the red carpet for the controversial adaptation. Fears of anti-woke backlash have apparently...
Jolly Ancha says, oh my God.
OMG. Which stars Rachel Zegler as the leading princess. The stripped-back strategy is said to include canceling the usual star-studded shindig that allows movies to have their moment in the spotlight. Industry.
What do they care about that? That's what do they care about? They're going to cancel it over because some people might be mad. And what backlash are you going to have? Like, you know what I'm saying? Why would you cancel that over that? Because it's smoke and mirrors. There was another reason why you canceled it, and you're blaming it on this.
Industry insiders told the Daily Mail that there will not be a cinematic celebration for Snow White in the UK ahead of its theatrical release, as Disney has opted to keep it low-key by only scheduling a few press events for the upcoming movie. They're probably afraid she's going to say something stupid.
That or how expensive is it to have all these premieres? And they're already losing, and they're already massively in the hole on this. So that maybe they're trying, I don't know, but maybe they're trying to cut some of the costs wherever they can.
Well, according to the Daily Mail, they're saying that they're anticipating anti-woke backlash, and they've reduced the media schedule, and they said they've taken the highly unusual step not to host a London premiere for the film and are minimizing the amount of press questions that she gets.
Flynn Bassett said Snow White.
They're minimizing the amount of press questions that she gets. They know
oh, this bitch is idiot.
Wow.
That's what's going on.
They just literally said in a statement, this bitch stupid, so we're just gonna make sure she don't say anything crazy. Oh my God. That was the best way of saying you're dumb. He said we're gonna limit the questions to Rachel Zegler. I'm like, they're saying you're stupid.
Okay, so there's our answer.
Oh my God, dude.
At least for the press, because they're afraid what Zegler's going to say. Put a muzzle on her.
Ezra is fucking crazy and stupid. Like, look what happened to him. You don't hear about him ever again. I wonder why. No one's picking up the phone for Ezra Miller. I wonder why. If so, I'm pretty sure they're very, very, very low roles. He's probably doing indie shit.
Jolly Ancha 35 said facts.
Jolly Ancha says facts.
That's what you get, you fucking idiot. Oh my God, that's funny. That's funny. Oh my God. Bro, it was a crazy person the entire time. Once they realized they hired a crazy person, they probably had a contract where they couldn't get rid of him. They could not get rid of him.
Flynn Bassett said the interesting thing is that she was all right in the prequel Hunger Game movie about young presidents. Oh.
Jesus Christ.
Ezra Miller, you don't know what Ezra Miller's going to say.
Irony.
So because I remember when they had the Flash premiere, he basically went up, said hi for about 30 seconds, didn't take any questions, and then they ran the movie.
Right. They're probably trying to keep her mouth shut. Because they're working overtime to undo all the damage that she's done.
Snow White has already faced its share of controversies, which started right back when Zegler was announced in the role. And they said, why'd you cast a Latina actress? Zegler garnered a backlash for comments she made about the original animated movie. That was the one that pissed me off. Describing the story as dated and the character of the prince as a stalker.
She did.
The changes between the source material and the remake upset a lot of people, including David Hand, son of the original director, who publicly denounced the project, noting that it's making up new woke things. Yeah, he said both Walt Disney and his father are turning in their graves.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's like, they also alluded to the fact that she's going to be leading a rebellion, and the fairest of them all now means who's the most just and fair, not who's the prettiest, even though in the trailer, it seems like it's prettiest again.
Jolly Ancha says they denounced it, then went in and finished it.
The way Zegler was spinning it was
they didn't denounce it.
And all other stuff.
No, they didn't denounce it. The guy who made the Walt Disney and his father made the Snow White, and he's saying he's denouncing it because it's not exactly what his father and Walt Disney made. So it's not them. It's the dude who made. It's the dude's father who made and Disney himself, Walt Disney, when he was alive. Him and Walt Disney and his.
Jolly
Ancha says, "Well, I gotcha."
Mouth emoji, I gotcha.
Yeah, the original director who did the animated series, animated movie with Walt Disney. His son said, "I denounce it because that's not what my father and Walt wanted." So.
Stuff with the trailer.
But Disney don't care. They don't pay him.
I'm sure they went back. I don't think so. Did it because it's, people got mad about it.
I'm hoping it. Okay, so the way the trailer looked, and the trailer got a bunch of dislikes, right? Like it got
over 1 million.
But they actually went out of their way to show you familiar scenes from the animated movie. I would love it if those scenes are the only things that resemble the original Snow White, and it's such a fucking batshit disaster. Like she's rolling around in a tank, and like
that's not gonna happen.
And the prince is like gay for Dopey, and
that would be a much better movie, but that's not gonna happen.
The evil queen turns in to a freaking ogre or something. Picks up a dwarf and just rips the fucker in half. And there's dwarf gut, but it's candy. Like you rip a dwarf in half, and it's like candy, just like a freaking pinata, like a birthday party. That would be amazing. I would watch this.
You should make this movie. You should make this movie.
It'd
probably do better than this one will. They're like, it doesn't mean anything that people don't like the trailer because The Little Mermaid also had over 1 million dislikes, but it didn't stop it from landing 107.
Yeah, but remember, The Little Mermaid may have been different from the original, but the actress wasn't a total asshat. So that's the difference. That's just
Close says me on what law.
So it is what
Jolly
it is.
Ancha 35.
Jolly Ancha says I'm still mad about that.
Yep, I know, but the actress was at least professional enough not to argue with fans on the internet. That's not. I don't even blame the lady who played Ariel, because even though she may not be the right quote unquote race for the character, based on from the old Disney movie, at least she was professional enough to at least be positive about it and just move on with her life. You don't hear anything about her because she doesn't have to be. Actually, she'll forever be remembered as a professional actress at this point. Even if the movie didn't go well, I would see another movie of her if she's in a movie just to support the actress. That's how serious I am by that. I don't even know the actress. Shit, I don't even like the motherfucker. But the fact that she wasn't.
Jolly Ancha 35.
Jolly Ancha says, yeah, but I sometimes wonder how much they paid her to keep quiet.
Flynn Vassant said we all know that she should be a translucent white person from the deep sea.
But it's not about how much they paid her, because she was a professional. They probably have to pay this one a lot of money just to shut the hell up.
$17.5 million Memorial Day opening. That's a course of.
Or threaten her, either one.
Jolly
Ancha says true.
By the time it was done, it maybe made a few $1 million. It did $50 million or something like that. It didn't make a whole lot. It did not make a whole lot compared to what it cost and everything else. And it was barely above even.
Yeah, it's
people hate this one more.
I mean, the fact they're not even having a premiere in London is crazy. I think they're
case building.
They're case building, yeah, and that's gonna be bigots. It could make more money, but the bigots, the alt-right destroyed this movie.
No, the people.
Man, the alt-right is such inclusive people that care about things that they don't have to care about. That's crazy.
Behind this movie destroyed this movie. Mostly Rachel Zegler.
Rachel Zegler destroyed this movie. Rachel Zegler running at the mouth and treating everything like TikTok, basically. I mean, she's somebody needed to rein her in. Now they're trying to do damage control with her. Now she's out there well, I understand. I forgive you. You're just passionate.
We don't forgive you. You were a bitch.
They're just they're giving her the Ezra Miller treatment, right?
It makes me mad. I mean, they're already trying to blame it on the fans, which we're going to tell you right now, Disney. If media outlets are doing this, you might want to stop them immediately, and you might not want to take that stance as well, because if you blame it on the audience, it is not going to go well for you. It is not going to go well for you, especially now, especially in 2025. It is not going to go well for you. So you should just own your mistakes, admit that Zegler tanked your damn movie, and then you're
Imagine if they did that. Imagine says some of our constituents that was part of the project may have been a bit vocal about their opinions about said movie of the past. But we are trying to, you know what I'm saying? They try to make it sound as vague as possible, but we know who we're there for. Imagine they said that, I will laugh my ass off. Actually, quite frank, I will probably take that whole segment, put ChatGPT, and just rewrite that. Just to say Rachel. I would do that.
Actors with dwarfism, tanked your movie, and take a lesson that maybe we should stop making these live action remakes that nobody wants and go on to other things.
So these are the comments on an article on MSN, and MSN tends to lean a little more left, right? Mm-hmm. This person said, first, I'll point out to Tori Brazers, the author of the article, that there's a spelling error in this article. It's Latina, not X.
Oh, they did the Tinkerbell?
Latinx, yeah. Second, if they want cultural representative storytelling, original stories based from culture, Moana is a great example.
Yeah, they keep trying to do this. They keep saying, like with Little Mermaid, they said, well, it's not, race swapping isn't anything cultural because a mermaid can be any color. But if you would try to swap, when they tried to cast actors in Lilo and Stitch,
they had a fucking problem.
They should be, even though they were from that culture, they were having a hissy fit about, how dare you, because you're whitewashing the characters. And they try to argue culture, you can't change a character.
There was a bunch of liberal, left-leaning white women who was doing this.
Like Moana, which obviously you can't.
And some soy boys.
Very culturally based. But you could change these other characters. But that's not, their logic is stupid and it's flawed.
Yeah. They're getting their asses kicked.
Good. What else people say? I love to hear it.
Let's see here. This person said, judging by the previews, the casting of Ziegler is one of the best things about the movie. Manages to look and capture the essence of the character. Story-wise, it looks like a mess.
No, you're wrong about Ziegler too. I like your sarcasm. Well done.
Oh my God, they're gonna blame YouTubers again. They are. They're gonna blame because here they got the Critical Drinker. The Critical Drinker's review best sums up this movie and its agenda up. Was there a review? I don't even think it's out yet. You can't mess with the original story. I thought everybody loves far left Hollywood virtue signaling. Isn't that what the modern audience is?
No.
I
can tell you, I'm on, I said this before, I'm on many Disney groups, and a lot of them are very pro-Disney, and they're ridiculous. If you say anything of dissent, they descend upon you and kick your ass. Even those people are like, yeah, no. I mean, some of them are excited, because you always have your people that are going to love no matter what, because it's just it's their sniff of Disney fart that they have to have. But most people,
wish upon a fart.
well, I'm gonna say, they'll sniff their head so far at Mickey. Their head so far at Mickey's rear end that it's ridiculous. But a lot of people are on there and they're like, this looks awful. Like the dwarves, especially. If nothing else got them, the dwarves. They look creepy as heck.
The weird thing is this one is going to come and go, and even if it does okay at the box office, these movies are so damn forgettable. You're
not gonna remember
reminded
of the Peter Pan. Does anyone remember Peter Pan? Does anyone remember the Dalmatians one with Cruella de Vil? Really? Does anyone remember that? Maybe some people do. This is the only one that probably stand out that did pretty well as a live action Disney movie was probably Aladdin, and that was it. And that was around the height of the whole
Jolly just says yes.
Probably the Will Smith situation. That probably didn't really help.
Morgan R said, "Oh my God, tired face emoji."
Right.
Yeah, they had a live action Cinderella, didn't they? I forgot all about that. It's it was very weird. And then I'm like, oh yeah, Maleficent. Yeah, they
Slim Bassett said, "I remember all of them, but didn't watch them all."
Maleficent. I don't know.
Yep.
Oh, here's the comments that she made that caused trouble. And in different interviews, first one she said about it being weird and the stalker, which you mentioned.
Morgan R said, "Kids throwing tantrum at the same time." Skull emoji.
I'm pretty sure most people don't even know the movie that came out, the live action one that came out in 2013. I'm pretty sure no one knows about that one.
And a variety.
Morgan R said the best birth control on the planet is.
Jolly Ancha says, "Okay, Maleficent live movie actually was good."
She could be if she was.
No, that was the first. That was legitimately not first, but that was legitimately the first. I think second best from Aladdin that did well. I think there was a Maleficent too. Wasn't there too? But the Maleficent did well because they had what's her name? Angelina Jolie. So
fair, brave, and true. What's fair? How fair, like fair. And
what makes Maleficent easy to digest is I don't think there was a animated movie of Maleficent. I don't think so, of her backstory, not once. So
Morgan
they can do
Arsen,
whatever they want.
Angelina Jolie, and Ella Fanning.
Yeah, and I don't think there was any real backstory telling of where she was or from. No movie that I'm saying. I don't think so. I doubt it. But like, if there was, I'd never heard of it. But till that Maleficent movie, so they can write whatever they want, and there's nothing you can say because there's nothing to like fall back on other than the original movie with.
Flynn Bassett said correct.
So that's how that worked.
So she basically said they were.
So they got away with that. But if they went with the original, was it Snow? That's Snow White.
Flynn Bassett said that's the one and only backstory.
Yep.
They changed a lot of the stuff after she said this.
I think they are. I mean, I could be completely wrong about this, but my hunch is telling me that there are significant changes. You're just not going to see those changes in the trailer because they're beating that nostalgia drum. Even the last trailer where they were showing clips of the original movie, and they do it with every one of these live action adaptations. They can't help it. They go. I mean, I understand you have to make some changes to make it work in live action, maybe, or you don't want it to be the exact same movie. But sometimes there's just very obvious attempts at retconning anything that was considered problematic. That was like Beauty and the Beast. Like, we had to make sure that
Flynn Bassett said they also only had one backstory for the prequel Peter Pan movie.
She didn't have enough agency, so they made her more of an action hero. You know, it was like, okay, what?
Flynn Bassett said, which makes Peter Pan the bad guy.
Yeah, they also had one backstory of the prequel Peter Pan movie. It makes Peter the bad guy. In that one or the one that came out recently? Because that one, the one that came out recently makes him the bad guy.
Some changes to make it work in live action, maybe, or you don't want it to be the exact same movie, but sometimes there's just very obvious attempts at retconning anything that was considered problematic. That was like Beauty and the Beast. Like, we had to make sure that Belle had more agency.
Flynn Bassett said different one.
Yes.
Problematic that she didn't have enough agency, so they make her more of an.
So they made the bad guy twice.
Yeah, I was like, okay, whatever. They're totally gonna do it. She's gonna drive a fucking tank.
No, she's not gonna drive.
Gal Gadot's gonna eat a fucking dwarf.
That would be funny.
I doubt that, but
I want to see that. Just like
I want to see that.
Okay, Grumpy. You want to know who's Grumpy? Me, bitch.
And then eat him.
I'm just too busy being distracted by her dress because I just want to grab it, pull it up, and put it where it belongs.
Mom says, hide your titties.
Flynn Bassett said, yeah.
It's gonna fall off of her.
What?
Morgan Arsen, human.
Yeah, you said about the magical creatures. They were reimagining as magical creatures. Then they were going to be portrayed by live actors. It's been all over the place. They caught on fire. At this point in time, they should have just put on Disney Plus. But they probably feel like we should gotta get something back for this.
Well, that's like we were talking about the other day, where they're canceling Disney Plus shows because they're like, we're not making any return on this shit. Like the Tiana show, which is awkward because apparently that tied into the ride. I guess I don't know, but then they're not doing animation for Disney Plus anymore. But I think they're gonna look at this because they did that with Pinocchio. It was so bad it went to Disney Plus. It wasn't because of the pandemic. I think it was actually before the pandemic.
Well, they did that with the new Peter Pan too.
Oh, I forgot. God, that was another one. I forgot that existed.
Yes, there you go.
And that was another one where they made Wendy the hero.
Yeah.
Peter Pan. But I totally forgot that existed. I totally forgot Lady and the Tramp. They had that one. That was a Disney Plus one too. Nobody cares. So yeah, I think under normal circumstances, they probably would have just dumped this on Disney Plus. But their mandate going forward now is stick it in the theater and try to make as much money back as you possibly can.
Yeah, so they're hoping to probably get somewhat break
even if it's a flop, even if it's a massive failure, a few $1 million in the hand. I mean, they can't unmake the movie. They can't, I mean, I'm sure if Iger had it his way, he'd go back in time and be like, no, don't stop. Don't make that movie. It's not going to do well. Don't make these decisions. And for God's sake, gag that girl because she's going to do so much damage. But they can't undo it. So now they just have to
I think
gag that woman. She doesn't shut the fuck up
because they're afraid what she's going to say.
Yeah,
she basically wished, no peace to Trump voters, was promoting Palestine, Gal Gadot's Israeli.
Yeah, I'm sure Gal Gadot was a class act on set. She seems like a classy woman. She seems like she really has the whole, like, man, if you're gonna keep anybody from the DCEU, keep her as Wonder Woman, because she's got it down.
She has it down. Yeah, I can't see anybody else playing Wonder Woman like she can.
But yeah, I mean, she's getting the Ezra Miller treatment. They're definitely trying to keep her. Like, will they do a U.S.? I don't know if they're doing a U.S. premiere. They do U.S. premieres anymore. It seems like they always do them overseas.
No, they do U.S. premieres, but I don't know if they were planning on just.
What do you think about the upcoming Shrek movie? Why did I not read out? The reason I didn't read out. Okay, what do you think of the upcoming Shrek movie? I can already tell what the movie's already about. I can tell. I think everyone kind of figure out what the movie's about, especially with the Zendaya add-on. I'm pretty sure I know what the movie's about. Given that she just happens to have a nose ring and everything like that, I wouldn't be surprised if the magic somehow turns into technology so she can use her phone and shit, and she starts stalking a bunch of liberal talking points. I wouldn't be surprised. Just like how they did with the Barbie movie, when they had that insufferable girl in that show, the daughter, who was like an activist for like no reason because capitalism or some stupid shit or some feminist nonsense. I wouldn't put it past them at all.
Jolly Hunter says the characters look so yikes.
So like the character design, I understand they were trying to make them more expressive, but the more expressive they made them, the more strangely odd they look. Like, it's not that big of a deal of a change, but you can see a start. There's a difference. You can see it. You can't really put your finger on it too much, but you can figure it out. Like something about Shrek's head or something about Donkey. And I know they put extra like fur textures on him. But I don't know. It's just like, I can already know what the story is about. I bet you I can tell you. And I even posted it on Instagram. I'm not even going to just... I'm pretty sure the movie's about Shrek and him being a overprotective dad of his daughter, right? Or she probably could be trans or something like that. And then she wants to live her life or go out the world, and he's going to say, well, you have everything here in this swamp. Why do you have to leave? Or this castle, or the hell. I forgot how Shrek 3 ended. I think they lived in the castle. I forgot. Or they still live in the swamp. I can't remember. But, like... she's gonna want her independence, and he's gonna be a overprotective dad that comes off extremely toxic, and then he's gonna do something that makes it look like he's going over the edge, and then he has to say sorry. You know what I'm saying? Didn't Shrek have a multiple? I think he did. I think he had about 3. But I'm pretty sure out of the 3, 2 of them will be boys, and Zendaya, which is the main character that we saw, out of the 3 of them, will be the actual main character. It's not going to be Shrek. It's going to be about her 9 times out of 10, and then she's going to be picking up the franchise from this point. That's what's going to happen. There were triplets. Yeah, there was 3 of them. I'm pretty sure that the triplets, she's one of the triplets, or probably there was a 4th one. She's the 4th, last one. She's the baby girl one, or probably she's the oldest one. We don't know. But say there's triplets, right? Or sextuplets, or whatever the fuck you want to refer to them. And I'm pretty sure if they're boys, they're going to be toxic, stupid, or something to that degree. They might even say very stereotypical red pill, blue pill, black pill shit. Zendaya's going to say a bunch of, like, right talking points. She wants her independence from her father and her mom. Her mom's supporting of her independence, but his dad is not, because something about, I don't know, he don't want her to get her hopes up and destroy her life or be destroyed by the world or whatever the fuck, then some bullshit's gonna happen. She might fall in love with some dude. He might be different. He might be a human, something to that degree. Or maybe he's not even human. Maybe something completely different. But they have a problem with ogres in some way, or he comes from a faction of humans who hate ogres. You know what I'm saying? It's not that hard to kind of figure this out as you go. It's like, I know where this is going. It's I'm an activist, need to prove to my dad that I'm different, have the tattoos, have the piercings to show how much of a rebel I am compared to my father's authority, just to prove that he can't control me, type girl boss stupid shit like that, and then he's gonna learn a lesson to let her be the feminist that she always wanted to be. You know, just like Rachel Zegler, you know what I'm saying? She's gonna probably have to stand up to some parody organization, probably looks like Trump or something. Or something simulating to Trump.
Jolly Ancha says, oh no.
You know what I'm saying? It's you can fucking see it. It's not even that hard. Like, I'm not gonna go see that. I'm not gonna go see that. I'm sorry. It just looks like that. She's gonna have the same attitude as probably the daughter from Ant-Man. She's better than him. She's better than Shrek in every way. She knows how magic worked better than anything. She probably has magic powers, so we know. She's better than her father in every which way. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's an idiot. The mom's not all that supportive. She always supports the daughter. They're both badasses. He can't fight or something. Or if he does fight, he does like one segment punch or something, or a scream or a yell, or he burps in someone's face or fart in their face or something. But the mom can beat ass, which we already knew that Princess Fiona can actually kick ass. We've seen her do it in her human form anyway, and we've seen her fight before in the previous movie as a warrior who's looking for her independence from Shrek. Do the roar. You know what I'm saying? That might even come up in the movie. Someone might say do the roar. He might do it just for nostalgic reasons. You know what I'm saying? In the trailer, I'm pretty sure that's gonna happen.
Jolly Ancha says her mom
I'm not seeing this movie. I'm sorry. I don't think this movie's gonna be what it's gonna be. I don't think it's gonna be the Shrek we know. It's gonna be something completely different. It's gonna be a skin suit for something. I'm dead serious. I'm not even kidding. You can tell. You can tell by like just looking at it. I'm like, nah, bro. Nah. I don't think this is gonna be what it's gonna be. As want it to be. And it's fine. And that's not for me. It's not made for me. It's made for Gen Alpha, or whatever the fuck you want to refer to them, or Gen Z, or whatever the term they call it. It's not for me. And that's fine. I'll just stick with my old Shrek movies. I didn't even like the last Shrek movie, to be honest. I just like the first one and second one. Isn't there like 4 or 5? I don't even remember. I think there's 5. I think it's Shrek 5, which I don't know why we need a Shrek 5 in the first place. I think it's just like Ice Age. Like, I'm looking at Shrek as I look at Ice Age. It's like Shrek is a meme culture type thing. It's not something that should keep going. This is the 5th one, I think. Yeah, it's the 5th one. I believe it's the 5th one. Yeah, I think you're right. But I look at Shrek like I look at Ice Age. It's just kind of overstayed its welcome to a degree when it comes to movies. Same thing as a Madagascar. Like, I don't know where they was going with the franchise from that point. There was nothing to go with that anymore. The only thing that kept movies like Madagascar kind of like still interesting is because they had in-movie segments that were about music. Like the Chunky thing, the Chunky song, that was 1. 2, the Move It song, that was the first one. And then the circus one, I think that was the 3rd movie or something, the circus song. That's it. Anything else after that was kind of like, that's another generic B-rule. The main character has to learn his lesson about friendship or some stupid shit because he's being selfish. Or he's not being attentive to his friend's needs. I'm talking about the lion. Or something like that, and then they'll side characters do their own fuck thing, and then that's it. You can see it's like ChatGPT at this point. You can read and know what's going to happen next. It's not even that serious. Personally, I didn't like the Ice Age after the 3rd. I know the first and second one was fine. Anything after that was ass. And then they started putting celebrities in there, like Nicki Minaj for like no reason. Once you start throwing celebrities that doesn't really need to be in the franchise, like that doesn't make it any more better, or doesn't enhance the story in the slightest. It just kind of becomes a skin suit at this point, to a degree. So, not a skin suit, more like just a washed up version of himself. It becomes a skin suit when they start pushing like ideological things that doesn't need to be in said movie.
Right, it could be, I think, expense, and they don't know what she's gonna say.
I think it's funny though, because I'm like in the UK of all places, and I'm like,
that's why I know it's a BSR. It's a BS smoke screen.
Right. I'm like, did you expect like a full on like Nazi rally, white supremacist rally?
You're gonna throw tomatoes at her? I mean,
boo, boo. Yeah, you're not allowed to even politely disagree with people over there if it's the wrong opinion. In the UK, I'm like, what, are you afraid somebody's gonna show up with a YouTuber shirt or something? Like, oh, those nasty YouTubers, you know?
No, it doesn't make any sense.
You'd be arrested for that?
All I see is smoke screen, and they're already trying to pivot the point to blame. And that doesn't mean Disney said it was because anti-woke. That's what that article said. Doesn't mean that's what Disney said.
No,
the Insider said that's what they're running with. So they're already going to cause more damage. They're already going to cause more damage.
We seriously, guys, you don't understand. They were scheming and plotting a literal takeover. They were going to do an insurrection over Snow White, and we stopped it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they were
right.
the anti-woke people over there. And I'm like, well, maybe if you're lucky, they'll throw eggs and you can catch them, and then you can save yourself some money.
I know, right?
I'm just like, this is stupid. This to me just sounds like one giant, excuse. And
yeah, it is. It is.
If they were told it was anti-woke, Disney, if you're smart, and I know you listen to these videos, if you're smart, you will put the kibosh on that immediately, because if you let these people attack your audience, what audience you have potentially left aren't going to come either.
Yeah, I think they're by now they would have an idea of what the projections are for it, because we're only a couple of weeks out, and I think they're kind of like, yeah, why fucking waste the money? Why, and the more she says, like, there's going to be 40 YouTube videos about any stupid thing she says. So
she doesn't stop saying stupid things. She just keeps shooting her mouth off. Now, I get early on she was excited. That might be why at D23 she made the stupid comment she made. But, now she should know better, because I'm sure she's been told repeatedly, and she just keeps going on doing it. And then it's like, I forgive you. It's like, we don't care if you forgive us. We don't forgive you, and people aren't going to go to your movie. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's all Hollywood. That's all PR spin. That's probably her going out and finding a publicist to try to do some damage control. But I can almost guarantee, because every rule, right? I always tell people, every ridiculous rule you see in a contract is the result of somebody doing something really fucking stupid.
Yes.
We've gotten leases and stuff before where we had a commercial lease we had to sign one time where it said no writing.
Yeah, always remember that. Always remember, when you see a rule in something and it seems unreasonably stupid, it's because someone before you did something that made that heinous somehow made that heinous. So if you look at a rule and you're writing a contract, or you're reading a contract or a law or something, and you think it's a dumb law, it's only a dumb law because someone before you did something stupid to make that law into fruition. I do want to see the donkey dragon babies. Just to make people, because in my Menace era, okay, shippings I did with one of the donkey dragons. Yo, imagine that happen.
Jolly Ancha says I heard they placed those rules because of the way people act when producing the movie.
Let me see here. Oh, I just realized the thing is on outage. So if you guys not hearing your thing, it says there is a major. I don't know what that says. That means they're having some type of tech issue. So if you don't hear your chat, that's because of that. So
bicycle inside the office. I'm like,
yes.
Why the hell would I ride a bicycle? He's like, oh, it happened. I'm like, oh, okay. So yeah, I just won't do that. I can almost guarantee you there's gonna be a Ziegler clause in Disney's contracts going forward. You will shut up and not say anything unless we tell you it's okay to say something.
Well, they need that clause on some of the MCU actors that are out making stuff like Mark Ruffalo and stuff, or if they use Mark Hamill again, they need to put that clause on them too, because they're actually, and Pedro Pascal and the company, they're actually going to maybe get, and Ziegler's behavior might give Gina Carano the win because of the way they behaved and they weren't punished.
Uneven treatment.
Yeah.
So good luck. I mean, I don't give a shit. Again, there's going to be so much drama about this. It's going to come and go like a fart in the wind. And people are going to be like, oh, yeah, there was a Snow White movie. I forgot all about that. Oh, yeah, there were 5,000 YouTube videos.
Well, there's a whole bunch of Snow White movies that are probably better. So
yeah, they are. Go watch bootleg Snow White. It's
I was going to say there's no live action Snow White. So I'm sure some of those are better.
Yeah. So let's wrap this one up. God, I can't believe we got 20 minutes out of this. Wrap it up. Please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. We'll talk later.
Bye.
Crazy. Now, okay, I'm gonna do this. All right, so here is a video from a YouTuber who happened to be playing Mecha Break, and this is his. This is his. Let me see. Put this up. It says here, VTuber plays waifu game Mecha Break. Character creation, so super fun.
All right, we are where we need to be. They take you straight to the custom character design.
Artextric says, "Who's that guy?"
A handsome fella.
Killing y'all. That is insane. That is crazy. Wait, is his buttocks whipped? Oh, how tight they look.
Let's go.
Okay. I was so far on that little cushion for the cushion. I'm just trying to make her look like she doesn't have a BBL.
Jiggly's getting
Artextric says, "Lord have mercy."
Mercy.
Oh, her neck. Oh, why did it go straight to the chest? Okay. What?
Yep.
Mecha Break. It's called Mecha Break. See? Sorry. I'm having too much fun with this. This is fun. My girlfriend will kill me. Oh, you can make her neck fat too. Oh my god. They put a lot. This is one of the most in-depth character custom creations I've ever seen. Holy hell. I thought Monster Hunter goes hard. Side. Oh, whoa! Whoa, look at that head! Small head. I have a big head. Holy moly. Neck whip.
Oh, God.
She has the biggest, fattest head of them all. Let's go. Look at that neck! Oh my god! Hug me, I'm scared. Cool. Hands. What's with the hands? Why do I have the fingers to be fatter? Oh hell no! You don't need fatter fingers, lady. Oh my god, those are some little baby fingers. You got little baby fingers, little baby hands. Baby hands, look at them baby hands. Okay, we'll fix
I had too much fun having playing this.
Now we down to the legs, them legs. See what happens when you don't work out? That looks disgusting. We need to fix these legs, bro. Let's do it. We gotta fix these. That's way better. You know how I draw my anime girls? They need to have some legs. They can't be too skinny in the legs. That should be weird. Can't miss leg day, bro. It's all about them legs. Now the calf thickness. You gotta look at the calves. Looking kind of weak there later.
There we
Feels
go.
tight. That's
when
crazy.
You skip a leg.
Okay, I didn't. Okay, so let me see. That looked like it hurts. Oh my god! I am so sorry. No. The heels are not even touching the ground. It's like she's kind of tiptoeing. Why is that?
Okay, put that there.
Ready to party!
It sounds like Squirrel Girl.
I once read in a book that the stars will guide our souls back to the planet where we belong. Kill your sympathy so your prey can't fight back. Only power gets things done. Sadly, a lot of humans are just awful.
Did someone say a teenager can't be a striker pilot? I didn't think so.
You gotta get used to sadly. The world is far from. You wanna lose a battle? Sure. Just be indecisive.
There we go.
They sound like a man.
Did someone say a
teenager
can't be...
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
I'll say
I
cheeky.
think that's everything. I'm happy.
This one's more
Flesh
cheeky.
Tripper, locked and loaded.
Hi, y'all. There you go. This was fun. I had fun making this. I'm dead serious. I enjoyed making it yesterday. I had too much fun. You can't get mad at me. I was having too much fun. Let me see. Let me see. Hope you guys enjoyed that. That was sponsored by HelloFresh. Let me see. What you saying? That was just found out. Quits. I don't want to hear any more like anti-woke, any of my woke stuff right now. No. They're done. Warner Bros. Is self-destructing in real time. I don't really care. So here's something a little more positive. Let me see. Nobody wants this. Spider-Man rejects Marvel new Spider God? Spider God? What? Huh? What?
Of all the dumb
Spider God? Spider God nonsense? Spider God? What's going on here?
changes that Marvel Comics have made in Spider-Man lore, probably the Spider Totems, is amongst the worst. Maybe it's not as bad as One More Day, but they're going to be expanding it out, Aaron. I know this is what everybody wanted to see. An expansion of an originally stupid idea.
I'm so just disappointed in in comics at this point. It's really kind of depressing. It's like, this is the best that you have. That's all they can do is go back to the well and take ideas that already exist and just make them so much worse. It was a bad idea from the start. It was one of the things that dropped me out of JMS.
What's your obsession with drawing girls, bro? Totems. It brings people like you in here, and that's why.
What a dumb thing to go back to.
And I'm doing a character design. You have a problem with girls? Don't come here then. Because if you want me to draw a dude, you guys don't come. Pause. You guys don't appear. Get a little of this guy, yeah, right? If you're looking for dudes, go find someone else. I ain't gonna do it for you. Unless you pay me. That's one thing. But you ain't gonna pay me. Fuck off.
Spider-Verse #1 New Blood include a page from the story The Web Heart by Matt Groom and Luciano Vecchio, which introduces readers to the Web Heart as a living force at the core of Spider-Man's web of life and destiny. This revelation establishes the web as more than just interconnected destinies, but rather a living creature. The web heart is an active, breathing element that governs the delicate balance of the multiverse, ensuring its stability. This powerful force holds multiverse together and grants the spider totems their power. And I feel borderline fucking retarded after having read that, Aaron.
You read that, and I was like, halfway through it, I was like, I've completely lost interest in this. Where is the element that connects you to this? Like, there's the thing about comic books, the thing about comic book characters, the thing about stories is there has to be an element of humanity that connects you to the characters so that you give a shit. Nothing that you just described makes me care about reading the story.
Well, no, I don't understand why there needs to be an underlying, natural or predestined architecture of why Peter Parker became Spider-Man. Why couldn't we just have him be bitten by a radioactive spider? And it just so happens it turned out to be a really good person, and it worked out for everybody in the end, and he turned out to be a hero. That's a pretty cool story.
It is a pretty cool story, and it's what's kept Spider-Man compelling for all these decades. It's why people continue to gravitate to them. But the more that you muddy the water, the less interesting the character becomes. The more spider people you have, the less interesting he becomes. The more you try to say that this is all part of a grand scheme, a grand plan of a web of destiny, that's not interesting. Conceptually, you might go, okay, that's an interesting sci-fi concept, but does it work in Spider-Man? And the answer is no.
I'm not sure that it works for superheroes, period, because it takes the agency, if you will, from the character that I have great power and I'm going to use it in a certain way to help people because he's just predestined to be this. Like he never could have been anything else.
Is there just this yearning to do away with free will in characters because there's a certain segment of the populace that would love to just give up their free will and just be told what to do, just be controlled? Is this like a subconscious thing that's coming out in comic books? Because it seems ridiculous to me. I think that one of the things that made comic book characters appealing, one of the things that makes stories appealing is characters' agency, their individuality, their, pushing for their own goals in the face of whatever challenges are ahead of them. I think that that's what makes compelling stories. I don't think this predetermination of everything is interesting. I think that just makes all the characters chess pieces that get moved around by some cosmic force, and I don't care.
Yeah, even like a character like Batman, you think about Batman,
it's restored. There you go.
To him, Bruce Wayne.
So bro wants me to draw something like this. I think that's what he wants to see. Is this what you want to see, bro? Perfectly fine. Is the glistening abs is what you want to see, bro? I got another one for you if you want to see that too. You want to see that? You okay with this? Huh? Is that what you want? You want to lick the screen? You go ahead. I'll give you a second. Cool. Okay, good.
Morgan R said, "Is that a man? Disgusting."
Right? Or maybe a dude in a jacket and with glistening also maybe just
Morgan R said, "I'm leaving the stream and never coming back."
Right? You want this? I don't know. You tell me, dude. Or maybe you're here for Gojo because you guys like sucking this man off so much. So you want Gojo? You want Gojo? Is that what you want? You want to lick the screen again? Is that what you want? Go ahead. No one's gonna stop you. No one's gonna see you do it. Hate speech, hateful video. Fuck you. I don't give a shit. TikTok can eat my balls. TikTok's better. YouTube's better anyway. I'm off TikTok. Fuck you, TikTok. Fuck you. Anyway. So yeah, you wanna lick the screen now? Oh, he's not here. I guess he's not here. Maybe you want to see another dude. Maybe you're not into that. Maybe you're into, I don't know.
Morgan R said the beef with Ticker Tucker grows.
Right, the house.
Ryuga Samurai said he left lol.
He left? He's a bitch. What a hoe. Maybe you wanted to see what is it, Alucard or something? The radio demon or some shit? Alistair, that's his name. You're into that? You want to get power drive by this dude from behind or some shit? I don't know.
Morgan R said it smelled like BCH in here.
Right? Shit's crazy. Why are you always drawing girls, bro? Why are you never around when I'm not drawing dudes? You just happen to pop around when I'm drawing women, huh? Crazy.
In Crime Alley, as a young child, seeing his mother and father murdered right in front of him, there's a lot of bad paths that he could have gone. He could have become the Joker himself. You know, he could have become something more like Punisher. But he was able to internalize all that grief and everything and able to manifest it, you know, as a symbol of justice for the people of Gotham. And that's pretty cool. But once you remove that part out of it, and it's not just a happenstance random thing that happened to an ordinary person, and then he chose his path because this is what he decided to do in honor of his parents, and you start
Morgan R said, "Why people be like this on a Thursday? That's crazy."
Right? It's crazy work.
The interesting nature of the character and the character exploration.
It's crazy work.
I don't think any of these additions where you go back and you add all these elements from 1,000 years or 1,000,000 years before they ever showed up ever served the character in a long time. You recently got the 1,000,000 BC Avengers. You're like, oh, so there's
Love Puppies 832 said that looks pretty cool.
Woolly Mammoth, it was Odin. Why are these characters unique? Why would I need to buy into this character? Because now I know that there's 50 million other versions of them throughout time.
Well, I'm not on TikTok, so we can talk whatever the fuck we want, so I don't care.
I mean, you can do stuff like that in comic books. Comic books are a place where, you know, you can do like these crazy big concepts, but you don't necessarily need to make it part of your continuity. Part of
eat it from the back
continuity.
Like,
you could have done a what if with the DC Avengers
and just
canceled
been like,
in this other timeline, this is what happened. This is how the Avengers were, you know, in this other multiverse, you know, and that's fine. Okay. But like to be like, no, there was a Ghost Rider and there was a Black Panther and there was, you know, it's exhausting. Who cares?
Well, the good news is the Web Heart will not be alone. New Blood #1 also introduced a powerful counterforce to the Web Heart, which appears to be some form of a symbiote. The Web Heart and its chosen champions are locked in a constant cosmic struggle against the champions of this opposing force. This new threat reveals that the ongoing battle between Spider-Man and Venom is not limited to Peter Parker's universe, but a part of a larger multiversal war between two opposing forces. And right there, you're like stripping everything really cool about the Peter Parker Venom thing, you know, where he shows up back from Secret Wars. He's got this alien symbiote. He doesn't realize it's actually another life force. He basically rejects it. It ends up on Eddie Brock. And then it's like completely obsessed with killing Spider-Man because it was rejected. You know, like a vengeful lover or whatever thing. And that makes everything very, very personal. And that's a really good adversary.
So we did the expressions. We don't need to do every expression. So we're done with the expressions. So I can just label this one like expressions. Okay, that's pretty much done. We can actually put these here. We can put in the corner here later. Got the eyeball, hand. Okay, it's pretty good. All right.
There's the web heart and some type of symbiote god that apparently isn't null, that are actually grabbing champions that represent the web of life and destiny, and I don't know, the symbiote of life and destiny to battle in eternity. Like, why do we care about anything happening on Earth there? It doesn't matter.
I'm immediately not invested in everything that, you know, every character that you are tying into this, because it's kind of like, just to boil it down to a smaller story, you know, because they're like obviously going, oh, the web of life and the web heart. The web heart, by the way, is like the gayest thing I've ever heard. You know, just to boil it down to a smaller story, when you did Daredevil Shadowland, and he took over the hand and he, you know, set up Shadowland, and then they revealed that it wasn't Matt Murdock that was doing it, but he was possessed by the Beast, I lost interest because it was no longer Daredevil. There was no longer any stakes. It was just like, this might have well been another character that you brought in. And the fact that he's in Matt Murdock's
just draw a little square of dudes and keep
Morgan R said, just draw a little square of dudes and keep it by the Hello Fresh sponsor QR code XD.
I might do that. I might have to just do that.
Spleen and the web pancreas, and they're all continually at war and choosing their champions. That's boring.
Well, it's just a continuation of taking what is a great idea introduced by Gardner Fox at DC Comics with Flash, where you introduce the multiverse and the concept that there's other versions of these heroes and other universes all occurring at the same time. Great, you know, you got multiverses, and it's a wonderful trope or an element to go and visit different versions where there's different kind of versions of the characters and things operate differently, and do something all brought together so you have an entire universe of Spider-Man, or an entire universe full of Venom, or an entire universe full of Logans, or an entire universe full of Batman, and you take what should just be a pretty fun story trope so you can do
Morgan R said, call it the Gooner Equality Square or the corner of shame.
Remove all the magic and make it fucking retarded.
I have to
it used
do
to
that.
be that, you know, hey, in this little arc of Excalibur, you know, Excalibur from another dimension comes over, and it's a dimension where, you know, where Nazi Germany conquered Europe, and so Captain Britain is, you know, like Captain Germany, and you know, Nightcrawler is there, and they're all serving this Nazi regime. Yeah, it's like, yeah, and you can get a fun story out of that. But when your like whole entire universe is like, it doesn't matter, why am I invested in the 616 when you've established that there's a million slight variations to really wild variations out there that could come in at any time? It just makes me not care anymore. I'm not invested in this because it's not unique. It's not interesting. Knowing that Peter Parker, there's a bajillion different spider people out there, it lessens Peter Parker. It lessens your marquee character. Congratulations.
Yeah, how many Peter Parker variants can you get in one universe? Obviously, you've got Peter Parker, but now you've got Spider-Woman, Spider-Girl, Spider-Boy, Silk, Miles Morales. You still got Spider-Gwen. Like, how many different versions of Spider-Man can you have operating in one universe? Like, there's a reason that he's the marquee, and it's not because it doesn't matter who you call Spider-Man. It's cool. It's because he was an awesome, unique character that really drew people in. And you can just see the disinterest in Peter Parker Spider-Man, especially in the Prime Universe, the 616, I guess, in Marvel's case. And it's just waned over time because there's nothing interesting about him anymore. They stripped it all away.
Yeah, they stripped it all away. They give pieces of it to other characters. The other characters have to sap off of the rogues gallery because nobody at Marvel is talented enough to create any new villains for, you know, a new villains rogues gallery for a new character, even if it is a knockoff of Spider-Man. You know, there's just no talent there at Marvel anymore, and that's why we're getting these regurgitated storylines that they think are big ideas, but are just tired retreads of the ideas of better creators. That's why we get this now. And what's the point? Why is anybody reading this anymore? I understand. I had a conversation earlier today, and we were talking about how there's just people that just buy the comic because they've always bought the comic and they just put it in the plastic bag and they don't even read it. Stop doing that.
Yeah, stop doing that. That's fucking stupid. That's so fucking stupid. Why would you do that? That's weird. That's like buying a Kingdom Hearts game not to play just to say you have it, and then you realize the game is dog water. No one plays it. People makes fun of it. Why would the hell? Just to say you have it? That's lame. That's fucking stupid.
Yeah, you're just going through the motions. I understand that you've always done it, but you don't need to keep buying Spider-Man, especially if you're not reading it. I'm going to tell you, if you're not reading a comic book, you shouldn't be buying it. It's great for sales, and I'm not turning any money away, but I'm just saying, like, for you, if you're not actually reading the book, what's the point of buying it?
And how about the media actually being honest for once? They know this is a stupid idea. They know this isn't a game changer. They know this doesn't add anything of substance or interest to actual readers, but this is the way that Screen Rant describes
Morgan R. said that's what I did with Dragon Age the Veilguard. I pre-ordered it. I grossly misplaced my faith in BioWare, loudly crying face emoji.
It is the cosmic recruitment center for the multiversal battle across the cosmos in a fresh, intriguing
edition. Wait, is that a Cyclops Spider-Man? Bro, that's a Cyclops Spider-Man? You see it, right? I'm not crazy. Am I going crazy? That's a Cyclops Spider-Man. I think Cyclops. That looks fucking weird. The fuck? That's crazy. I don't know.
Spider-Man's lore.
It's not pivotal because in a year, no one will be talking about it.
No one will be talking about it when it comes out because it's written by Matt Groom. Why are we letting no-name writers create things that are supposed to be, connecting the Spider-Man history and lore across multiverses? Nobody knows who this guy is because he can't write.
I've never heard of him. I just assumed he was somebody new. It's weird that, like, you can just walk in with no track record of success and be handed a storyline that is going to alter the status quo. Everything you know is wrong. It used to be that if you were going to do something like that, if you're going to do some big shakeup, you entrusted a creator with a proven track record. Like, when John Byrne comes on West Coast Avengers, he's going to shake things up, but he's got a proven track record of reinvigorating, interest in titles with new ideas. I've never heard of this guy. Why does he get to come in and shake up the very foundation of Spider-Man? And again, it won't, because it won't matter. It won't be pivotal. It won't be pivotal.
George Bush moment. I love it.
I know, it's like strategery, the strategy of plan and strategy. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna be interesting. You're right. People aren't gonna be talking about it the month that it comes out. If anything, people will be talking about how terrible and skippable it is. And now you've tied Spider-Man to all that trash, and in 3 years, someone else will get the bright idea of, hey, remember that Web of Life thing? Let's revisit that. And then Screen Rant will be out there with another article talking about how pivotal and world-changing it is, and it's really going to matter. It's not going to matter. It don't matter. None of this matters.
Well, especially because within the last, 24 months, we've had the death of Spider-Verse, we've had the death of Venomverse story arcs. And now we've got the Spider-Verse and the Venomverse fighting each other because literally, they never even deliver on what they promise these days.
No, it's just a name. Death of Spider-Verse. I wish the Spider-Verse had never been invented.
Yeah.
I wish Dan Slott had never read Crisis on Infinite Darkwings and decided to do it in Spider-Man. I bear some responsibility. Sorry, everybody.
Well, I'm probably going to have to make a video about that, Aaron.
Yep.
The real issue behind comic books is your big fucking fat face on the thumbnail.
Wow, that was hurtful.
Well, you're the one that was influencing Dan Slott to create stuff that's still ruining comic books to this day. And he's been off of Spider-Man for 5 years.
Yeah, but he's going to Superman, so get ready for that.
If you'd like the full conversation going on here, because the Geek Fix podcast is about 2.5 hours.
Okay, let's listen to something.
We've got well over 2 hours left.
We're at that point. We get it.
We get it.
We get it. Okay, whatever. No one cares. Okay, let's find something fun. Maybe we should show food. Yeah, we'll look at some food videos. That'd be fun, right?
Morganar said the last time you did that, everybody got quiet face with tears of joy emoji mods be playing flirting with each other. I was a yap box, but you put the food on and it was silent as the grave LMFAO.
So what'd you rather see? You guys rather see then? You tell me. You tell me. Let me see. I'll let you guys choose this time. Oh,
Morganar said I don't mind the food. I'm just laughing at the memory.
I got you.
For anyone who's watched
Ryuga Samurai said no way Morgan Lamau.
In episode 4 where these cops are trying to solve this riddle to stop this terrorist plot. And you know, it's a serious threat where we're all wondering whether they're going to be able to figure this out. They're having this, you know, very serious conversation. Then out of nowhere, we're greeted with the shot of the most aesthetic looking bowl of ramen I've ever seen. It was like if Kate Upton, Emma Watson, and Scarlett Johansson had a threesome. And that threesome was this bowl of ramen.
I swear to God, I hate life. I hate everything.
Ryuga Samurai said geek.
Hold on. I was trying to... Wait a minute. No, I don't trust this show either. I don't trust this show either. Let me see. This is the most safest thing I can show. Go wrong here. If this goes left, I'm gonna just lose it. I'm gonna lose every second of my humanity at this point.
Ryuga Samurai said getting hungry.
Yes. I'm gonna lose it.
Morganar said I don't care who anyone is. They could have gotten home from an all-you-can-eat buffet, danking down 32 full plates. But they watch an anime that shows food, they'd be hungry again face with tears of joy emoji.
You're not wrong. Is food. Serve up the food. Oh shit. Okay, there we go.
Cherry Voice says I could never. I just keep watching and not get any drawing done.
What do you mean keep watching? What the shit? What, this?
Yes, I agree. _star. Just followed.
Thank you. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you. It's all about the food. Eat the food. It's all about the food. That. Okay, like that. There we go. Okay, it's over.
I am a woman.
No!
Funny
No more! No more of this shit! I'm trying to get in trouble. Oh my god. I can't escape this shit. I don't want to. Oh my god. Why is it? What? Are you serious? Wait, no. Are you serious? No! No! Bro.
Giga said any tips on head to neck connection?
Hold on. Hold on. Is that real? Oh shit, there's a trailer.
Ryuga Samurai said V.
Bro, there's a live action. There is a live action Powerpuff Girls trailer. What the fuck? Dude, this is real? Trailer. Where's the trailer at? Can I see the trailer?
Morganar said unfortunately real.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you may have seen earlier, good few hours ago now, I posted a reaction to the Powerpuff Girls, whatever it is called, live action CW trailer. Now,
it's CW. It's gonna be horrible. Okay. Okay, the Powerpuff Girls. Okay, this is gonna be horrible. It's from the CW. This is gonna be woken by people from probably Riverdale. Yeah. You seem good at this. Yes. The draw neck, real quick, to answer this question, real quick. Connecting the neck is pretty much like an arrow. A lot of people don't really pay attention to this, but the neck is kind of like an arrow to a degree. Let me show you real quick. So I'm gonna do this real fast. I'm gonna only do this one time because I do this for my students. But since you asked nicely real quick, I just want to show you. So like when you're drawing the head, depending on where the angle is, I always draw the neck like an arrow, because like the neck to the shoulders, because it's literally, it's just an arrow's pointing down like this, right? So like even if and then we have to make sure that we put the, what do you call it? The collarbone connecting to the shoulders here and here. That's usually how you can do it, like that. And it depends on how you draw the neck. A lot of people draw the neck like this. They draw the neck like a straight down thing, and then they put the arms like this. You're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to connect them like there's this little wedge that happens. So when you make the neck like this, you put a wedge here and a wedge here, and then you go into the shoulders. And then you put the collarbone here. And then you don't have to have the neck like this. The neck actually curves. It curves a little bit. And it depends on what the gender is. If it's like a really muscular individual or a male, it'll pull back in the back of the neck here. I forgot what's the term for it but like it goes to the back of the ear. And is there more muscles in the neck compared to the female? So like females' necks are like this, kind of like 1, 2 curve, and then connects like this. Oops. Like that. Well, a male's neck will be more trunkish, wider, and a lot more wide, and also have more muscles into the connecting of the collarbones like this. To a degree or so. So that's the difference. Now if we draw the head like that.
Giga said, what about drawing it from the back?
So if you draw from the back, it's like this. Or neck, like that. Oh, that's more of the side. You can't see the nose. So it's like that, and then like so. This is more of a man than it is a woman, but you get my point. So it's more like when you draw, I don't know if it's called the navel. I think the navel of the back neck connects to the head like this. It kind of just swoops into the neck, to the back of the ear here. That makes it more easier to understand. And then like that. Arm will be about here. And so on and so forth as we go. So it's all about that mainly. I hope that was helpful to a degree. I'm hoping, but if it's not, then you just have to wait till the next video till I actually post a video, which will be coming out this month. So look out for that.
Quite some time, got a fair amount of traction. You guys seem you didn't enjoy it. I'm not.
User says only talented people can do what you do. You rule do.
3068703 said only talented people can do what you do. You rule do.
Just the fact that
Thank you.
Bizarre video.
I try my best.
Thing.
Anyone can do it. Just practice.
Just real quick.
Gotta study some heads.
CW commissioned a show, a Powerpuff Girls live action reboot set in the future. They're grown up. They're disenfranchised of being heroes. One of them's a dyke. One of them's like weird and racist. And yeah, Mojo Jojo is a father and a son. Just normal people. Powerpuff Girls murder.
Wait. Is Mojo Jojo a monkey still? Or no? I'm confused.
Joe, and it was anyway, it was on the CW. It got shit canned. The scripts had leaked at some point. I did videos on them. It was the weirdest thing. It's like a weird
Ryuga Samurai said no.
Genuinely bizarre. Genuinely bizarre. Well, anyway, the trailer surfaced, the trailer leaked. And Warner Brothers, not CW, but Warner Brothers have gone around doing mass copyright claims, because obviously that video's gone now. You can't watch that video. You can't watch the trailer. It's gone. And Warner Brothers are doing mass manual copyright claims. When it's a manual copyright claim, that means someone is literally sat there on the internet manually taking down videos. They're going, no, that can't be there. That's a lot of work, actually. It's not a small thing. So I thought we'd talk about it.
I love they have AI for this.
Obviously, you guys are probably like, where's that video gone? I got copyright. I literally actually got copyright struck. It's a completely different thing. Not copyright claim, like get copyright struck.
So wait. So all these times when these quote unquote leaks and they just let it happen and there's no copyright claiming like manual ones, that means they did it on purpose then. It's not a leak. They did it on purpose. Just to see how people would react to said movie or potential movie or show. So when they say, oh, it's a leak, the thing leaked, or articles are saying it leaked, and there's no massive like manual copyright strike thing going on, that means they did that on purpose. It was manufactured for it to happen. So that kind of just, wow, it's kind of stupid.
So, not good. But we thought we'd talk about it. Like, where did it go? Why did it go? So, just what a weird turn of events. Mass copyright claims happened. Couldn't fight them. So bizarre. Super bizarre. So here's a bit of background. Oh, side note, guys, I have a Patreon and I don't really talk about it enough. It would be absolutely amazing if anyone that's a YouTube member of the channel, or anyone that just likes what I do and wants to support me and the work that I do, stop me getting shadow banned by YouTube, head on over to my Patreon. It's linked down below. You can sign up for as little as $2. It really helps the channel out. Like you wouldn't believe, I've reinvested loads of that money into the channel. Literally, all the editing suite is all from that. It's cheap. So please do become a patron. It's linked down below in the description box. And you get lots of benefits and exclusive content. But anyway, here we have it, right? So in 2020, the CW announced it was developing a live-action Powerpuff Girls series spearheaded by Greg Berlanti, the murderer of DC. So the premise, the once beloved heroes are now bitter, disillusioned 20-somethings who resent their childhood as superheroes. Right from the start, fans are obviously confused. Why would anyone take a beloved kid show and morph it into a melodramatic parody of itself? So this one...
that's the same thing. Well, I can't say the same thing for Archie because it kind of delved in that in its own way, in a more creative way of doing that. But like, Jesus Christ, a kid show? Little girl saving the day, that you can't just leave that alone. You just have to go and touch that too. Okay.
A racist in it, and it's like, we were whitewashed in that cartoon because they're referencing the cartoon as if it was taken from real life and parodied, and they're like, we were whitewashed. And it's like, oh, why would I wear that dress? It's so genuine.
Morgan R said, I found a useful pin that had skin tutorial if you'd like me to send to Bri.
Please send to me.
Yeah, gender normative outfits, and this is what you were expecting. I mean, look, the trailer itself was abysmal. Like, it wasn't even funny.
It was horrible. It was
like,
just.
It wasn't even funny.
It was made by the CW. What do you think?
It was so bad. It wasn't even funny. It was on that level where it was just horrendous. Like, it was actually horrendous. And my video of it. I mean, I'm not laughing. Like, I'm just like, what is this? And it's interesting, isn't it? Because the CW, they greenlit some
woke
total dog poo. Total dog poo. It was 3.5 minutes as well. And as this article says, a disaster from start to finish, packed with forced humour, lifeless performances, and a complete misunderstanding of what made the original show work. Bubbles is depicted as a washed-up former child star drowning her sorrows in alcohol. Buttercup is an angsty SJW cliche, and Blossom is traumatized by past heroics. Bubbles also looks like she might be a prostitute on Hollywood.
Morgan R said Bri real one.
Very weird. Mojo Jojo is not a primate.
What is he?
A man and a boy.
What?
Just a father and son. So bizarre.
What?
So
oh no, why are you here? Wait, if you're here, no, if you're here, then that's not good. That's even worse than it's already bad. Why are you here? No.
Ryuga Samurai said rolling on the floor laughing emoji 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 rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
This is horrible. No!
So they filmed the pilot, and then obviously were like, "Oh yeah, this is pretty bad, actually." That after they filmed the pilot.
Are you Professor Utonium? I swear to God.
Ed Hymus said hi. I know I haven't been here in a while, but hi.
Campy,
Hello.
off-brand.
How are you?
And then they had to, and the script was leaked, and then they had to do a rewrite, but then it was canned anyway. So here's some of the infamous moments. Bubbles was obsessing over her past celebrity status and social media presence.
Morgan R. said, why can we as a people not just simply veto these awful films faced with tears of joy emoji?
Right.
PTSD-like symptoms due to childhood exploits.
Oh, God.
Just so bizarre. But anyway, Warner Brothers is now like, no, this is done. This is never seen the light of day. So they cancelled it. And I don't think this is a tax write-off thing. I don't think it is. They're obviously desperate to erase everything.
So if they were desperate to erase everything, that means they didn't have plans to put it out anytime soon. Actually, they probably had no plans to put it out at all.
Ryuga Samurai said it teach.
Okay, I'll go check. They said they did cancel it. So what that means is that someone tried to sabotage them by putting it out there as if they was going to post this. That's why they're taking it down.
Leak trailer. So everything's been taken offline. You can still find it, by the way. You can find it on Twitter. So go on Twitter and have a watch.
Okay, to Twitter we go. To Twitter we go. Let me see where this is. Let me check this out. Hold on, guys. Let's type this in. Let's see what we can find. Power.
Ed Hymus said, how has your day been?
Puff. It's been alright. Just tired of TikTok and its bullshit, so I'm kind of just like... I'm just glad this is my last week for streaming every day now. My final week. Powerpuff. Oh shit, it's right here. Oh shit. I knew it. Okay.
Once upon a time, Professor Drake
I don't care what you think, said, oh god, if it's on Twitter, you know it's bad.
Three pint-sized heroes protecting time from evil. As their fame grew, so did the merch, endorsements, even a cartoon.
Are those the Powerpuff Girls?
Ed Hymus said okay is at least better than bad.
Are you kidding me? That's what he meant by father-son. Oh my god, that's what he meant by father-son? One's named Mojo, the other one is Jojo? Are you kidding me? Bro, are you kidding me? If there's a race swap, species swap? A race swap, a species swap, and just a swap in general. This is offensive as fuck. They whitewashed the monkey. Oh my god, they double white. Oh.
Jolly Answer says, oh my god, ever.
Bro, that's crazy. That's crazy. I don't know. That's
They're all
crazy.
so cool. Especially Blossom.
But not
Oh my god, the acting in this child. Who the fuck wrote this?
everyone was a fan.
I'm so scared to even post this. Show this, because something wild is gonna come up on the screen, and then TikTok's gonna come after me.
We've had enough Powerpuff. As the years passed, there was trouble in Powerpuff Paradise. Blossom
Ed Hymus
was
said bye-bye, good night or day, I don't know.
constantly stressed.
Wait, is it daylight savings?
Buttercup was constantly rebellious.
I'm not wearing that dress anymore. It's gender normative and ass ugly.
Oh my god, this is the trailer.
And Bubbles was constantly drinking.
Morgan R. said good night.
Jolly Answer says, oh no.
Jolly Answer 35 said, oh no.
Costing Mojo his life. In the wake of disaster, Blossom ran away.
This is real. Bro, this is real. This is not a fan-made shit. Parody, whatever joke. This is real. They spent millions of dollars on this fucking thing. What the
Jojo grew up to be mayor of Townsville. Buttercup became a real hero. And Bubbles, well, she made it all the way to
I'm not liking where this is going.
Hollywood Boulevard.
Hi, I'm Bubbles. Everybody wants to talk to fake Jesus. Hi.
Well.
Wow. And they go for the one religion that they can make fun of, so they put Jesus in the back.
The Powerpuff Girls are coming to town tomorrow.
All three?
Are the Powerpuff Girls reteaming? Hell no, I am never caping for Townsville again.
The three V's back in Townsville. I didn't want to bring this up yet, but I have reason to believe a darkness may be returning.
Like monsters?
Morgan said hi, I'm Bubbles and I have an
to know how it feels to
OnlyFans.
watch their father die.
You obviously want us to reunite, Dad.
Why are you acting like being back together's torture?
Yeah, it was fun when we were just fighting baddies, but it changed. Not to mention that cartoon that completely whitewashed us.
Oh god.
Jolly Ancher 35.
Jolly Ancher says, oh my god.
Bro, you know that what's that show called? Curb Your Enthusiasm. You know when he's like washing his hands and he just walks off the window? Right out the window? That's how I feel. This is horrible. And they take the person who looks very close to white, who is supposed to represent black people, saying that she's whitewashed. If I put this next
Jolly
to any other
Ancher
black
35.
Jolly Ancher says the cartoon that whitewashed them. Jeez Louise.
If I were to take the same so-called black woman next to another black woman, she would look like the white woman in the room. Are you fucking serious?
You said you created us because you wanted to be a dad. Then why not just make three normal little girls?
That would have been weird.
The goal of this new plan is to crawl into people's...
Okay, that's the only... Okay, that is the only funny joke that was said on this. She's like, why can't you make three normal little girls in your lab?
The Samurai said lol.
Bro said because that would be fucking weird. That is actually true. Why would I do that? That is crazy.
brains and then turn their aggrometer up to 10.
The riot started moments ago, the cause of which are still unknown.
Destroy Townsville! Almost pay!
Someone's setting him up.
This is the work of Professor Drake Utonium.
Drake? Drake? You named him Drake? Oh fuck, that's not the best time to name someone named Drake right now. Holy fuck.
God, they're all possessed. This is exactly like the gathering of the Juggalos.
You've been.
Oh yeah, I'm down with the clown.
Okay. I have complete control over him.
I'm not a Powerpuff Girl anymore.
You're just a boring grown-up. Hang it up and start a book club.
This is our chance to prove to everybody they were wrong about us.
Yep, I'm good.
Oh my god!
Okay, surprisingly cathartic.
At Hymus said Powerpuff Girls.
This is horrible.
In a sweeping reversal of fate, the Powerpuff Girls are beloved again in Townsville.
You're my daughters first, and your happiness is all that matters.
I'm really sorry for accusing you, Dad, of mass terrorism.
Yeah. Is she flirting? I guess we're even. I mean, we are not even. I mean, just like, he was never obsessed with me.
Yes, he was.
No, he wasn't.
And I bet he still is.
Jolly Ancher says definitely not on the watch list.
That's the best kind of runner.
This is horrible. Jesus Christ, they spent millions on this. They spent millions on this, bro. I'm not even kidding. They spent millions on this This looks like something that was made from someone on YouTube. I'm not kidding. I've seen better trailers from people who made it on YouTube. Made something similar or something close to this on YouTube. I'm dead serious. Holy shit. They were not kidding.
Jolly Ancher says millions and it still looks terrible.
Person face palming emoji, female sign emoji.
Oh my god. No, I actually regret even watching that. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, I was morbidly curious. Now I'm just feels very morbid in my body. I feel horrible. It's that thing when they say don't do it.
Jolly
Ancher says say mingle.
Jesus Christ, I was so curious on how this looked.
Morris Small
Cave says meep.
I'm pretty sure the person who are the most horrible people, I mean, the best person on that entire horrible trailer was the dude from Scrubs. The dude who's playing Professor Utonium.
But they're really, I mean, it is aggressive. And
You came at the wrong time, Moro.
Like, they do it, but they do it over very specific things, and it's weird that this is one of them. It's a weird thing to do.
Jolly Ancha says, well, that completely got rid of my curiosity.
Yep.
You know, it was always going to be doomed. And
Morris Small
Cave says HMM smiley face.
You missed it.
So there you go.
Morris Small Cafe said, no.
And thank you.
Did you see the Powerpuff Girls trailer we just watched?
Appreciate that. I tried to fight it with fair use. Shouldn't have done that. I mean, it was fair use. It was technically fair use. But whatever. It is what it is. This was garbage. But I thought I'd talk about it and just let you know why or where that video's gone. It had to go. Like
Morgan R. said would love to see your reaction to Chandler Riggs' Spider-Man.
I didn't do it.
Chandler Riggs Spider-Man?
Wasn't something I intentionally did. There you go.
As a video or just in general?
You watched it? You can find it online. Go watch it on Twitter. What do you think? Let me know down below. Take care. Bye-bye now.
That was horrible. Oh my god, that was horrible. I can't. I don't know how to feel about that. No, I know what to feel about. That was just bad. That's not like, oh, it's so bad that it might be good. It's just bad. And it's even worse because it's like, it's not like it was made by a low-key indie studio. I can get that. I can get past even all the CGI and stuff because it's made by an indie studio. I get that. But when it comes to the writing, that's going to be the biggest problem. That's going to be the biggest problem.
Jolly Ancha 35.
Jolly Ancha says I cannot unsee those designs of the characters.
Morgan R. said it's a short horror film, 15 minutes on YouTube.
Okay, horror film, huh? You know what? I promise to do it tomorrow as an actual video. Like me using the OBS so we can have it as a video. The reason why is because I already pissed off TikTok, and if I play something with horror in it, and I'm still on TikTok, if I play something with horror in it and there's something crazy that they may not like, they're gonna come after me. So tomorrow, I will do that because, like I said, this is my last week of streaming every day, so that's coming to an end. So I'm also enjoy that while that lasts.
Morgan R. said thank you.
No problem.
Jolly Ancha says, why did they give you a couple minutes ago?
No, they didn't kick me out. I left because I was just tired. I just literally left and came right back because...
Morgan R. said, and I apologize, it's 10 minutes.
No, it's fine. I would have watched it anyway, but, like... I'm just trying to play safe, not trying to play devil's advocate right now with YouTube, TikTok, because they gave me a giant red warning. Ooh, cool. Hold on, let me see this. It looks kind of cool, and then we'll probably call it a night, because I gotta figure out what's good. Oh, and he said he sent it. I gotta look at that. Actually, let me show you this, and then we'll show that video that Morgan sent, the skin video, and then we'll call it a night. So I'd like to look at it. So let's play this.
Marvel Rivals. It's a game that a lot of people gets addicted to since its official release on December 2024. It takes the masses like storm, not just because of their unique hero mechanics and playstyle, but because of this app. I mean, art style. I genuinely like this art style. It low-key reminds me of the movie Into the Spider-Verse, which I think totally makes sense because they're both aiming to capture the comic book vibe or art style, which is a good idea because since the release of AI art and its rapid spread across the internet, people are now craving for authentic art.
Morgan R. said it's just a picture of how the artist colors skin, but she put the exact colors she used next to her examples.
Oh!
These random lines, texture, and coloring style is the result of real person's thought process. I don't think AI would be able to replicate this stuff, at least for now, yes. So for this video, we're going to study and try our best to mimic the Marvel Rival art style and capture the feeling it gives to people. But instead of Western comic characters like from Marvel and DC Comics, what if we fly to other side of the world and draw anime character instead? And we would call it Anime Rivals. We're going to select random characters and redesign it to fit into Marvel Rival universe. And by the way, if this video gets 500 likes, I would make another Anime Rival video featuring your suggested anime characters. So make sure to like,
mad, but I'm not even happy with it.
Down below which character you wanted to see. But for now, here's 10 characters that I think has the best qualities to be in the verse. The reason why I picked these characters because of these three main reasons.
Why did you pick Raven?
First, they all have visually striking powers. Second, strong personality and presence. And third is iconic silhouette and costumes. Now, let's allow this wheel to decide the fate of this alternate universe.
Oh, it's a picture. I thought it was a video.
So, the Wheel of Fate chooses Mecha Break from Soul Eater. Well, she's pretty cool, to be honest. I personally like to draw Mecha before. Now, I finally had a chance to draw her. First thing I did was to gather a bunch of Marvel Rival images as much as I can, and analyze all of them. So
Morgan R said, yeah, sorry about that. Just a picture.
That's fine. Marvel Rival universe, I made a simple sketch alongside her original design and started adding some armor, accessories, and even exaggerate some parts to match the aesthetic of futuristic vibe that Marvel Rival gives.
I think you put too many of those cuffs on her.
I started by making the overall pose first, but for some reason I forgot to hit the record again. So at this moment, I was trying to add the necessary details needed for her design and make sure that it at least gives the feeling of futuristic vibe to it. After the final line art, I started painting in grayscale first. Then using overlay, I started filling in the local colors and added the iconic Marvel Rival rim lights. Then, I started rendering. And here's the final design. I also made a Marvel Rival hero profile in her background so she would look like she actually exists in the game. I think it actually turned out great. Not as good as the real ones, but at least we tried, right? And finally, it's time to rest.
No.
We're not going to stop there. I decided to push myself and challenge myself a little bit more. So I decided to make one of these amazing MVP screens on Marvel Rivals. It's kinda similar to splash art from League of Legends and other games, where the main focus is to visually attract the audience by showing the character in an epic dynamic pose, capturing their personality and essence, making players eager to dive into the game. I started sketching the thumbnails.
Did he really do that?
They often choose a pose where a character.
Did Speed really do that shit? Did he really just did that?
I don't know what it's called, but I think it's super cool. Unfortunately, spoiler alert, I totally forget to implement this. I don't know, maybe I was too excited to make this illustration. I realized it when I already in the middle of refining the sketch. And I already like the pose.
Why is skin so hard for me to understand?
Maybe next time. Anyways,
I feel like it's never right. It just feels muddy and disgusting.
Sketch,
so it's like, let me try again.
The base color and added the rim lights.
There's a particular painting style I want. It's not just a painting.
I simply use these two brushes and a lasso tool by simply blocking out the colors and considering the forms.
I think the problem that this person made is that she made Mecha look too old in the face. The part of the aesthetic is make them look attractive. You kind of did the opposite. Actually, put more emphasis on the outfit, which you don't. I feel like this is a bunch of nothing because, like, okay, let's use an example. If I were to create this, I would keep it as close as possible to the character. Yes, they want the future aesthetic. I get that. I would leave like probably the skull, the buttons or the bolts. I will take off these. I would probably wouldn't have this so emphasized here, but it's fine. I guess you can leave it alone. You can put some designs on the glove because she does wear gloves. Now I would put not this big red thing, but more on the shoulder pads. More on the shoulders and elbows, and I would put. You see the little pigtails? I would put something more futuristic on the pigtails here. Just extra pigtails just for it to be more different, but not too different. Keep the outfit still, keep the bow tie, keep everything pretty much the same. Because, like, look at, let's use someone like Psylocke. She doesn't have a bunch of shit on her. Well, her alternative other skins, but her actual real skin, other than the one they gave in the video, in the Marvel Rivals version, her other skin, the purple one, there's not a lot going on. You're just her in a leotard pretty much at that point. So, you know, there's no difference in the outfit, right? So I would focus more on keep it as original as possible, but also keep it as the same. So the less is more. And then for the scythe, I would probably put I would leave the red and the black. I'll leave that, but I would put something a little bit around the guard that holds the scythe itself, and something at the end of it too. So it's not completely different, but it's not the same either.
For the head, I use a tool called...
I think the problem is this person made this character way too detailed in the face. And yes, I know they use the sorrow head, but it's too... If I were to use any model of a Marvel Rivals character for Mecha, it would be probably between face-wise, if the face I'm saying, it would be more around maybe Squirrel Girl. Because anime characters tend to have a more rounder face in this situation. Because she drew them too sickly-ish. Too, like, defined in the cheekbones. Too hard cheekbones.
It helps me identify the major planes of the face and how lights affect them.
Morgan R. said I sent a helpful vid to Bri. It's not very long carrot, but very informative.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine, thank you. I don't know. Everything else is kind of fine. I just don't like the face. The face is the problem.
I added a little bit of texture about it, like these special lines that adds texture to the illustration. I also avoided blending as much as possible since the goal of this video is to mimic the Marvel Rivals style, where you can clearly see the colors are not blended and the brushstrokes are very visible. I did the same method with the rest, like the clothing, weapon, and their hair. Then I started refining the background, but not that much since it is not the main focus of this illustration. After that, I added more details to the character, including these lines in the rim light. That gives chromatic aberration effect to it. I make sure to mimic the overlapping lines effect to capture the energetic vibe it gives. I also added a little bit of detail like the overlaid texture on her clothes and refined the illustration even more. And after long hours of drawing and sleepless nights trying to copy Marvel Rival art style, finally, here's the result. I'm actually really proud of this illustration. If I'm going to add more to it, maybe I'll make it even more dynamic. Add a bit more texture and improve the design for clothes and weapons.
It's not bad, it's just the face is distracting as fuck.
So far.
It's not attractive.
I'll post the HD version of this as soon as I made a Patreon account. Again,
it makes her look super old.
If you have an anime character suggestion, comment
shit, actually, the problem is, fuck, I wouldn't even use Squirrel Girl. I would have used probably, what's her name, Penny? I would use Penny. Penny Parker. I would have used Penny Parker from Marvel Rivals, or probably Galactica as a model. Penny Marvel is Marvel Rivals.
Morgan R said, looks like the girl from Soul Eater.
It is, because I would have used her as a more of a better Marvel. Like, shit, I just clicked on something. Please don't take me to that. Okay, so let me see. So let's see here. This is what I would have used. See the difference? Remember, Maka's still a teenager, right? Penny is a teenager, I believe. That's the problem. The face is too old looking. You look super fucking old for like no reason. See this? This is the model you should have went with. Or at least, if you're not going to use Penny, I would have used, if you want to age her up, I would have used probably, maybe Psylocke? Maybe? Who's another character who's close to Penny? I think, let me see, Squirrel Girl? I think Squirrel Girl? I don't know if they're in the, hold on. Just get it. Anyway, Marvel.
Morgan R said shading is everything, and contours. In the face it's a little off, but still good artwork.
No, it's not bad. Like, the outfit is fine. I would pull back a little bit on it, but the problem is that she made... Okay, let's use someone like Storm, for instance. Storm is a seasoned veteran to a degree. She's like past, I think, 35 or up. I think she's in between late 20s, early 30s, probably mid 30s or early 40s. So this type of face structure makes sense, right? Same thing with Scarlet Witch to a degree. I think she's in her 30s, probably late 20s. I would have used probably Luna Snow if she was in her 20s, or I would have used Penny as the teens, or I would have
Morgan R said, or Mercy from Overwatch even.
Yeah, but like, probably Mercy from Overwatch, probably. But since it's in that Marvel Rivals, I would use another character as a model to work off in, so I don't have to do anything from scratch or it looks completely different from what it's supposed to be. Now, body-wise, that depends on the age. If she's like, I would just stick with Penny Parker as the perfect base for the age, for the body, for the teen, because I think she's a teenager. I think she's like, what, 16, 17? Probably, the lowest, probably 15, I'm going to assume. But, like, other than that, I would have did that. Let me see. Yeah, that's it. I pretty much would have did that. I wouldn't use any other female. Now, if she was older, depending that she's very acrobatic, I would pick a character like Psylocke, because Psylocke is just as acrobatic, because we've seen Maka do a bunch of flips and tricks before in the first episode of watching Soul Eater, right? So I would use someone like Psylocke, who's a lot more agile, a lot more, in that sense, body-wise, that's what I would have done, but, that's up to the individual. So, I don't know.
So I can add it on the wheel and maybe get a feature part 2 of this Marvel Rival art series. And check out my videos to show your support. And see you on
They did a fine job, but like I would have did things differently.
Alright, bro, look. So
That's
I've already
just me.
talked
Alright, let me see.
about how Akatsuki was made
Here's
for
the
the
video you
express
sent me.
purpose of jumping the tail beast. I've also covered how Itachi humbled everybody he came across. And before you start commenting anything, I've already covered Madara versus the 5 Kage. So please, take your fingers off your keyboard. Anywho, today we're going to be covering some of the greatest jumpings in Naruto. Starting with Sasori getting jumped by Chiyo and Sakura. But before we get into that, please go support me and Omi if you can. And if you would like to receive your videos early than everybody else, become a member of the channel. You get a bunch of perks and special emojis to use in the chat. So yeah, support me if you would like. Anywho, bro, this fight started with Sasori bragging that he has 300 puppets up his ass. And Chiyo gives some exposition that we do not care about. But they start fighting, and Sakura is finally showing how useful she is with these nice dodging moves right here. Even Chiyo was getting it in, bro. Bro, where is he spawning all these needles from? Like, that is way too many, bro. Bro added some wood to the mix, and Sakura was looking nice.
I forgot. Isn't Lady Chiyo, isn't that Gaara's grandma? think. Am I right? I think I'm wrong. Isn't Lady Chio Gaara's drowned? Or something? Yeah, okay. I was, okay. It's such a long fucking time.
Ryuga Samurai said yeah.
Hey, bro, you and Sakura look good. Chio and Sakura were locked in. After the attack finishes, she sends Sakura after him. Smash him. Hey, yo.
Wait, did you send the video?
Shatter this man's back, but the real body escaped. Bro continues attacking with needles, and Chio is puppeting Sakura like a master. After seeing what Sasori looked like, Chio is flabbergasted, because this kid hasn't aged one bit since she's last seen him. Bro pulls out a scroll and reveals the third Kazekage as a puppet. Bro starts attacking and is pulling a whole bunch of weapons out of this puppet. Like, how did you fit them all in there? Sakura almost gets cooked, but Chio saved her. But this man Sasori had tricks under tricks, throwing out some poison cloud in the process. And Chio is flabbergasted for Sakura. Dude even had her trapped so Chio couldn't pull her out. Sakura is
Wait, no, I don't think that's not Gaara's grandma. That's the redhead one's the puppet one. Okay, I got it. Thank you, Bri. Thank you also, Morgan. I appreciate it. I got that backwards. I think it was the puppet master here.
Herself up, she manages to make it out. Don't worry. You know what's wild is this man Sasori,
yeah.
Ryuga Samurai said Sasori. Morganar said thank you, Bri. I appreciate all you do, homie.
And so they start having their little puppet battle. These niggas had knives, buzzsaws. Not gonna lie, they were squabbling. Bro, what are these movements?
Yeah,
and Sasori showed how cool he is by using the third Kagekage's jutsu, Iron Sand. Bro immediately goes on the attack, showering them with sand. But Chio got Sakura out of the way.
Ryuga Samurai said Gaara hair is red too little.
Yeah, I forgot.
Was not giving them time to
That's why I got confused.
pulled out some giant sand structures, determined to cook these two right here and right now. Chio's using her
Ryuga Samurai said no problem, Morgan, appreciate it.
Brute strength. She punches the iron sand, sending them to Sasori. And it looked like bro got crushed, but he didn't, and continues to attack him with the iron sand, sending the pyramid spinning. Sakura punched it to stop it, and now they're outside of the game. Sasori, remarking that Sakura has some strength, starts targeting her. And bro, he had Sakura dodging for her life. Bro uses an attack to cage him, and when Sakura's down, he launches a final puppet to go and kill Sakura. But what-oh, Sakura wasn't dead. He destroys the puppet. Sasori, losing his best puppet, finally takes off his clothes, showing Chio and Sakura that he turned himself into a puppet. And bro immediately starts blasting them with fire. Chio sends a puppet head after him, but he burnt the fuck out of it. After his fire attack, he decides to use water. Bro is trying to cut their heads off. After that, bro sends the rope to attack Sakura. She gets hit, but her strong ass grabs the rope and starts pulling it out. She pulls him and clobbers this man. Now you would think this nigga's head falling off would be the end of him, right? Well, you're wrong. He puts his head back on and continues fighting. Sakura is all time.
HIZKM says what BJ is.
Her 10 puppets, but Sasori, not one to be outdone, pulls out 100 puppets, and all the niggas was on. Proceeds to attack with all 100 of them. But Sakura was destroying each of them with one punch each, and I'm not going to lie, Sakura had some nice moves. Even Chio's puppets was getting it in, because you see, even though Sasori has 100 puppets, all of them are generic trash, while Chio's 10 puppets are elite tier puppets. And with Sakura's help, bro, they start buying every single one of them puppets. Sakura throws, I don't even know what this is.
HIZKM says character.
This is a character I'm working on.
And it bites Sasori,
this is original.
him to the wall and sending his heart out. That scroll-looking thing that came out of him. But that was not the end of Sasori. He goes for one final attack on Granny Chio, but in the end, he got caught and they stabbed his real heart, getting rid of him for good. Anywho, Sasuke, in all his great wisdom, thought it was a good idea to attack the 5 Kage to take out Danzo. Sasuke pulled up and took care of a bunch of fodder samurai until the Raikage pulled up. And bro, this fight was very hard for Sasuke. He goes to attack the Raikage, and Dauri immediately used the water style to stop him. The other dude next to A uses a flashbang to blind everybody, and A used that opportunity to demolish Sasuke's guts. But it was a genjutsu, and both A and Dauri pulled up to Sasuke to cook him. But Suigetsu and Jugo blocked them. Jugo is going crazy as usual. It tries to kill everybody there, but A, not fearing anything, attacks anyway, pinning Jugo. Suigetsu and Dauri gets into a sword fight, and we get back to A having taken down Jugo, or so we thought. Jugo pulls out a bunch of cannons and tried to obliterate A, and the other guy got put into a genjutsu. His name's C, by the way. But unfortunately for Team Taka, A survived that attack, and now he's facing off against Sasuke. Sasuke, in all his great wisdom, tried to attack a lightning user with more lightning, and failed. And even though that didn't work, quick, he attacks with a Chidori, which A blocked with his elbow. That is just disrespectful. Imagine using one of your most powerful attacks, and this nigga counters it with his elbow. A grabs this man and tried to crack his skull open. In the meantime, Daori's getting the upper hand against Suigetsu. We flip back to Sasuke, and he survived because of his Susanoo. Bro, look at the position this man got him. Ass tooted up and everything. And Sasuke are facing off. And more samurai come in for backup. By the way, Suigetsu gets cooked because he's weak to lightning. Bro, what kind of Pokemon are you? A gets angry, and Sasuke starts cooking samurai with his Amaterasu. Sasuke puts Amaterasu around his armor to hopefully stop A from attacking. But he forgot that A got that dog in him. And bro breaks through the Susanoo just to smack Sasuke. In the process, getting Amaterasu on his arm, which is no bueno, my guy. A goes to finish Sasuke with his guillotine drop, but Gaara got in the way. A chops off his arm to stop the Amaterasu from cooking him. And Gaara said he's just here to talk to Sasuke. But Kankuro, making a great observation, is like, hey bro, Naruto's talk no jutsu did not work on this man. What makes you think you can do anything, Gaara? After realizing that Sasuke is way too far gone, they all proceed to attack this man. And bro, they did not hold back. Look at this explosion. But you know, Sasuke has his Susanoo, and it didn't do anything. And so he proceeds to brag about his Susanoo to Gaara. Now, Suigetsu is cooked, so is Jugo, and Karina's just hiding. So Sasuke's on his own. Sasuke collapses the ceiling so they could escape. After escaping, bro goes after Danzo. Sasuke made one of the cleanest entrances in Naruto to the summit, we're not gonna lie. Standing upside down like a crackhead. And immediately the samurai dude goes after him. Onoki's like, bro, I'm too old for this shit, bro. You can go fight. Sending his attendant in. Mei blocks the door with her lava, so they can't escape. Mei is heated and proceeds to spew more lava towards them. But Sasuke used the Susanoo to stop it. And immediately she sends Chojuro after him. And that attack left Sasuke on his knees. But by the time he looked up, Mei's already there and she blocked him in a hallway. Mei uses her hot breath ass jutsu to try and cook Sasuke alive. And it was working until Zetsu's ability activated. A bunch of spores started.
Silver Comet said hello. Oh, Sasuke losing.
So he busted open a wall to everybody, forcing Mei to cut off her jutsu. And Onoki's attendant just made some rock golem to eat Zetsu. Immediately after escaping, this man Onoki uses particle style on Sasuke. And bro was
Anne-Marie Blink said salutations.
But you know, since Sasuke is walking around with the most powerful armor in Naruto. And no, it's not the Susanoo. It's plot armor. Bro got saved by air quotes real quick. Madara Uchiha.
Average American man said greetings.
Hello. But that plot armor barely helped against Momoshiki. So Naruto, Boruto, and Sasuke were gonna jump Momoshiki. Momoshiki started the fight, and bro was laying the paws on Naruto, boxing this man up. Like, dude, Naruto, you should be in your prime right now. How are you losing in hand-to-hand combat, getting smacked around, bro? You are getting touched. No diddy. Even Boruto is flabbergasted at this. Anywho, Naruto put up, I understand it now. And him and Sasuke gets ready to squabble with Momoshiki. Boruto is on the sideline screeching for Lord knows what reason. And they get to throwing hands. And bro, this fight is spectacular. Momoshiki blocks their hits, but these niggas decide to transform. And they go back to throwing hands. They drop kick this man. And bro, Momoshiki is holding his own. Bro, he is literally getting jumped right now, and he is tossing Sasuke.
Silver Comet said for a sec the character reminds me of Hato from MHA.
Whoever says that Sasuke is not a swordsman, yeah, I don't know what to tell you, bro. This man is literally spinning.
Silver Comet said looks great, really like it.
Person do this yet, so hey.
Anne-Marie Blink said if you played The Last of Us.
With the accusations. Naruto pulls up and starts throwing hands.
No, but I know.
Combat looks good. Sasuke pulls up with a kick to the face. Sending, and them boys are in the sync. Momoshiki decides to pull out a spear and starts putting in the work on Sasuke and Naruto. But he ended up getting pushed back, and bro is looking mad right now. Naruto and Sasuke pulled up like, how does it feel to get the paws put on you, my boy? Sasuke pulls out a scroll and takes out a giant shuriken. Meanwhile, Momoshiki is looking disheveled right now. Sasuke throws the shuriken, but he blocked it. Unfortunately for Momoshiki, there's a whole lot more coming behind it. Bro starts weaving and dodging for his life, but in the end, he stood his ground and blocked most of them. But that left him out of breath. And again, unfortunately for him, that attack was not done. A shuriken comes in through the ground, and it transforms into Naruto, getting ready to toss a Rasen shuriken at him. And bro, look at Momoshiki's face right here. Man's is flabbergasted, shocked, and terrified. Naruto tosses it, and it looked like Momoshiki was about to absorb it, but it transformed into Sasuke.
Anne-Marie Blake said the game warps time 1 minute, playing the game equal 1 hour. Ryuga Samurai said I have first one pretty good, second one not so much.
But hey, to each their own. Unfortunately for Momoshiki, Sasuke pulled the old switcheroo, and he got his ass punched in the throat by Naruto. It was his face, but I like to imagine he got punched in the throat. It makes for better cinema, in my opinion.
That'd be funny.
Momoshiki is getting cooked right now, not gonna lie. Sasuke used this really gun for a planetary devastation, trapping him in a bunch of rocks, and they thought they were done. But Momoshiki had more tricks up his ass, and he summons a head to attack him, but they countered, destroying. Bro hops out the mall in rage and summons more heads. And bro, Sasuke kicks the fuck out of Naruto to get him out of the way. Like bro, not even a move aside, bro, just kicks the shit out of him. Anywho, Sasuke starts masterfully weaving and cutting off heads. But bro still got hit in the end. Momoshiki tried to cook Sasuke alive while he had him caught. But Naruto was fast enough to get in for the
Anne Marie Blake said the second uses a character perspective switch to extend playtime.
Makes a giant rock golem. And we get a nice little kaiju battle, which ends up with Kurama getting his throat grabbed and slammed. But it seems like Momoshiki was forgetting he was getting jumped. So Sasuke decides to put his power in and gives Kurama the Susanoo armor. Now that Kurama got some new drip, he goes back in and starts doing some damage. Bro pulls out a sword, ducks under the punch, and cuts this thing in half, disintegrating the entire golem. And bro, Boruto's sitting on the side in complete awe of the power. Cause that is some crazy shit. Like how did we come from throwing hand signs? Bruh. Throwing hand signs? How the fuck do you throw I meant throwing kunais and doing hand signs to a giant dripped out Kurama fighting a giant rock golem. Anywho, Naruto and Sasuke comes down posing, and I'm pretty sure the other Kage pulled up in between this, cause Momoshiki is just blasting them in the next scene. And bro is laughing diabolically at the mess he just made. But they survive. And Sasuke tried to go in for an attack, but Momoshiki freezes them in place. Anywho, to save them, Boruto gun to Naruto and throws it. Momoshiki, of course, is ready to absorb that bit, but it disappears. And of course, Momoshiki starts talking shit. But in the middle of his battling, bro still got smacked in the mouth. Flabbergasted. Naruto's like, hey, yo, Boruto, when did you learn the Rasengan? Sasuke's like, yeah, I told him I wouldn't accept him as my pupil if he didn't master it. Anywho, we flip back to Momoshiki, and bro is looking rough right now. Scraggled. I don't know what that word is, but that's what he looks like right now. And he is mad as all hell, claiming that was not enough to put him down. Bro is completely out of breath and decides to eat some balls to power up. And Momoshiki gets ready to scrap again. In the meantime, Naruto asks Boruto to make another Rasengan. But he's like, no, I don't have enough power. But Naruto tells him to relax, I got this. He makes the Rasengan, and Naruto amplifies it with his chakra, making it a whole lot bigger. Because Boruto wanted their father and son Kamehameha moment. Bro puts his entire bloodline into one Rasengan. No, like literally, his entire bloodline was in this bitch. Naruto lets it go, and Boruto realizes how heavy it is. And it gets him to start thinking, damn, how much work did he put in to get his balls this big? Naruto's just there grinning like a dumbass. Anywho, they start going at it, Sasuke going towards Momoshiki, blocking his projectiles. Bro throws his sword and swaps with it, getting closer to Momoshiki. But turns out, it was a pincer attack, because Boruto throws a kunai, meanwhile Sasuke got a Chidori in his hand. Momoshiki catches the kunai and goes to absorb the Chidori. But oh no, Sasuke swaps them bitches, so he ends up with a kunai through his hand.
Wait, what?
Momoshiki gets heated. I remember this. Sasuke with rods and punts this nigga Sasuke into next Tuesday. Boruto lunges at Momoshiki and punches him in the gut, but he gets grabbed in the process. Like, bro, look at this grip. This is the give me all your lunch money that all the bullies in the Disney movies be pulling. Anywho, Boruto starts fighting like his dad, aka jumping people with clones. But unlike Naruto, he actually gets to hit him with the Rasengan. And before Momoshiki could even react, the real Boruto pulls up with the giant Rasengan.
Silver Comet said, yeah, that was a great switch.
With his own Rasengan. That's crazy. He didn't have his entire bloodline into it, so he loses and gets smacked in the face with the Rasengan. And that was the end of Momoshiki. It is currently November 21st, 7:37 p.m. as I'm finishing recording this. In less than 23 hours, I will not be home. I'm taking a little vacation. So for the next 2 weeks, you guys aren't getting any videos, maybe some shorts. But huge shout out to Omi as usual as he edits this video. Thank you to everyone who donated to the GoFundMe. I can't tell you how much I appreciate every single donation. Unfortunately, I couldn't give you guys the Dawn to Dawn video before I left, but that means I'll be able to give you guys a better and longer video than I planned when I come back. So look forward to that. And as usual, if you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next video.
Silver Comet said, hey Art, have you heard of Hood Ball Z?
So like, yeah, I heard of it. But like, yeah, so this is what's gonna be happening. When I'm gonna be gone, well, from streaming, that's what I'll be doing, making content again. So you won't hear from me for a while, like streaming wise. I'll only be streaming for like 2 days or for a day a week. Like for every week, once or twice a week.
Silver Comet said, oh, I see.
So yeah.
Silver Comet said, sure do you.
That's fine. Alright, last video and then we call it a night because it's 9 something.
I'm Blue, and in today's video, I'll show you how to color and render skin. Skin is probably my favorite thing to color and render because it's so soft.
Raisin says I am the alien.
Rules to it like there are for clothing or for hair. So I feel like there's a lot more freedom to kind of render your skin the way you want to. I don't know, there's just something about hand and skin, and then making it look so like yum, you know?
No.
So first thing we'll
Raisin
do is the
985
whys,
said,
and
"Wow,
then
joke."
we'll get to the how-tos. Before we dive in, I'm excited to share that this video is sponsored by the good people over at Skillshare. Skillshare is an incredible online learning community where everyone can explore and enroll and even teach a wide range of courses, from photography, graphic design, to music, cooking, business, marketing, lifestyle, and much more. These are aiming to turn 1-2 and turn those up. So if you don't know where to start, Skillshare's learning paths are for you. So stop saying I want to and turn those I want to's into I made it happen. Whether you're pursuing hobbies or aiming to turn your skills into a career, start investing in yourself this year with Skillshare.
Oh my god, I don't give a fuck. Just get to the point.
Skin tones lean towards warmer colors on the color wheel, so from here till about here. The reason it leans towards the warmer tones is due to the blood. But you can skin Skillshare of this of yours to use my link in the description box. I highly recommend taking advantage of this opportunity if you're eager for easy and enjoyable learning. Big thank you to Skillshare again for their continued support. Now let's dive into the video. There are many different skin tones,
Monster said human heart,
and shading and blush types to use. But you can use the method that I'm going to show you for any type of skin color, including the unnatural ones. So most skin tones lean towards warmer colors on the color wheel, so from here till about here. The reason it leans towards the warmer tones is due to the blood being underneath the skin. So this means that skin tones and blushes will often have a warmer undertone. I add this and I call it blush. So when you add blush to the skin, it makes it more lifelike and adds more of that rosy tint to it. I pick the base.
Okay, so we... Okay. Oop. Pretty sure that's how it should be, but I don't think it should just be that straight color. I think it should be like that, something like that.
This color of the skin tone, and then I shift the hue to a bit more of a red or pinker color. Even with the darker skin tones, all I do is shift the saturation to a bit more of a brighter red color. When I'm picking shading colors for the skin, I prefer shifting the colors down to purple and maroons. I use 2 different saturations and hues when picking the shading. So I'll have the base shading, which will probably be this purple or maroon, and then I'll shift the saturation down 1 to make it a bit darker. I'll use these 2 different colors in different sections of the skin. If you look nicely, you can see the 2 different shading colors I used in these 2 pictures. When light hits the skin, it catches the blood cells, making them appear redder. This is called subsurface scattering, and I add this when I color. So how I do this is I will add a bit more of a darker red, outlining the shading. This is kind of playing on the fact that there are red blood cells underneath the skin and the light is catching on it. The second type of shading I add is called a reflective light. Adding a reflective light to the skin can enhance its depth. I like using colors from the opposite side of the color wheel, such as blues and greens, to create striking contrast. So then we have highlights. Highlights should be in the same hue as the base color, but with a higher saturation. This makes the highlights stand out without looking unnatural. Now this is just how I do it, but if you'd actually like to get better at it on your own, I would suggest doing skin...
Hold on, motherfucker.
It's blues or red blood cells underneath the skin and the light is catching on it. The second type of shading I add is called a reflective light. Adding a reflective light to the skin can enhance its depth. I like using colors from the opposite side of the color wheel, such as blues and greens, to create striking contrast. So then we have highlights. Highlights should be in the same hue as the base color, but with a higher saturation. This makes the highlight stand out without looking unnatural. Now this is just how I do it, but if you'd actually like to get better at it on your own, I would suggest doing skin studies, so redrawing actual skin from references like photos or from screenshots, and also look into studying how other artists do it, so redrawing another artist's artwork and observing what they do. There's this really neat thing called the flesh cubes done by this artist, which I'm sure a lot of people have seen before in the past.
These things.
They're great for finding skin tones and then finding shading and highlight colors that suit the skin tone. The thing with skin color is it is rarely ever the same color twice. The environment can drastically affect the skin tone and shading. For instance, a character in a forest might have greenish hues reflecting on their skin, while the one near the ocean might have a bit more bluish or warmer colors depending on where they sit. So just because you're using the flesh cube for examples doesn't mean that they will always stay the same hue. So just a tip I'd like to point out between coloring darker skin and lighter skin is that with lighter skin, you focus more on the blush and the redness to create form. But I noticed when I'm drawing darker skin, I tend to focus more on the highlights to really show the shape of the face. So I will use like a lighter color to show where the rounding of the cheeks are or where the face basically bends. I think it's because this darker skin tends to catch more light than the lighter skin. Also, darker skinned people normally have lighter palms and lighter underneath their feet, so I just wanted to point that out. If you're going in and rendering a darker skin,
yes, I agree. To be semicolon, colon 3 just followed.
Highlights in the face can really define the facial features. So when I'm rendering a face, I tend to add the highlights to places to kind of show depth. So for example, I would add a highlight by the eyes or under the eyes to kind of show the eye bags. Or if I'm rendering a hand, I'll add highlight between the knuckles to show that like it has like a bit of an elevated surface. So that's just something I wanted to mention before I get into the examples. Now let's get into the fun part, the how-tos. I will do a step-by-step guide on a piece on how I'm rendering skin. So for this, I will be doing different skin tones for examples, but I won't be making extreme environment changes, so they'll mostly be based on like regular environmental skin tones. So first thing I do is I add the base color, which is the regular base tone. You can make use of our Lord and Savior, the flesh cubes, if you're unsure which skin tone to pick, or you can just go off of the color wheel if you're confident enough that you're picking the right hues. So once I have the base color down, I will start adding the blush. So I add the blush to parts of the body where the skin is more thinner, such as under the eyes, the nose, the cheeks, the ears, the lips, the elbows, basically any part of the body that ends in like a point. So shoulders, knees, ankles, you get my point. Then I also use blush to create depth. For example, if I'm drawing muscles, I will use the blush color to define the shape and depth of the muscle. Or if I'm drawing the back, I will use the blush to define where the back crease is. It's really good to add more depth into it. When I'm drawing hands, I use the blush to show where the knuckles are. I use it to create depth in the body parts. I also add blush to rounded pieces. So if I'm drawing like an arm, I will add like a thin blurred out line of blush next to the side to show that the arm is round. Next thing I do is I add shading based on the light source. I pick the shading colors, which is either going to be a maroon or a reddish color. And then I add it where the light will obviously fall. So then I have two different shading colors. I have a darker maroon and then a lighter maroon, and then I just kind of play with the two of them until they kind of work out. Sometimes I'll use a lasso tool and just airbrush in like the lighter color into the shading, but that's only when I'm feeling really fancy. Now do note that the shading colors can change depending on the environment. All of these colors can change depending on the environment, so just keep in mind where your character is. But if I'm just doing like a basic flat color, I normally just do it with red or maroons. So for this piece, I didn't actually add reflective light. I'll go in and add that at the end because I actually forgot. So what I do instead is I add a lighter color to where some of the creases are, and I feel like that really defines where the crease is. So you can see by her back or the knees or his neck, I added like a lighter color to show that there's a crease. So that's kind of like a reflective light as well. Oops, spoilers, but here is the finished piece, and here is where I would add the reflective light if I did go in and add it into these examples. I think it was because I was using a reference for all of these, so and my brain didn't think like, oh, I should be adding different colors.
I know this is not a talk on her, but like, I'm trying, the type of coloring I'm trying to uphold, like, okay, let me use an example. Okay, this type of coloring is easy. Coloring skin like this is easy. It's literally like a shade in a shade, right? Just one shade over the next shade based on... Those are easy to do. Not hard. Especially as like when it comes to what's called cell shading. That part actually isn't hard. The issue I'm having is that painterly look. And I know she's doing a painterly look as well, but hers comes off very concept arty. The one I want is something close to what Rhino Tuna has. Now, I know that that's not something you can just get like that. That's something that you just have to work towards, but it's like, I'm looking for that realism, or something you'll see in those high-end gacha games type stuff. So like, okay, let's use this as an example. This is more what I'm focusing on.
Morgan R said, oh my bad, grinning face with sweaty emoji.
That's not your fault. That's not your fault. That's not your fault. So something like this. See how it's... I don't want to say the word. It is painterly. It is painted, but like... Well, visually painted, but it has that look. That 3D semi-realism type look. And that's what I'm trying to accomplish, and it's really hard to get it. And I think this is more focused on like coloring techniques, or the lighting techniques. Like these. You see how more realistic this looks compared to like this is more cartoony, concept art looking type work. And I'm trying to accomplish that, and it's really, really hard to do it. But that's all I just want. That's what's been on my mind, because if I can achieve something like this, it would be, I know for a fact I'll get clients up the wazoo when it comes to my VTubing models. Because that's initially the whole idea of doing all of this, was getting to the VTubing models. You see how they look like they look painted to a degree and have that look. Hers is more cartoony, more concept arty. Mine should more look like this. Now imagine getting a VTubing model that looks like any like this. This would be amazing. It'd be good. It'll bring great clientele. That's why it's been taking me forever to get this correct. Because it was just basically just coloring the skin and that's it. Although that would have been easy. I would have did that a long time ago. That's easy as hell. I want to do what I did with this, but better. Because this is alright. It's not perfect, but it's a lot better than I used to do. But I want to capture that realism look. So when someone asks for a client want a VTubing model for me, they're getting the most high-end thing they'll get. So that's the whole initial idea.
And so that's, yeah. So here's where
I'm not even saying that her advice is horrible or anything. I'm just saying in general, that's what I'm looking for. So that's why some of you may be wondering, why is it taking you so long to grasp this concept? Don't you teach art? Should you know this? Yeah, teach art, yes, but like even artists who teach has their own issues and they're trying to get over their problems. Like a doctor having a doctor. You might be able to diagnose a problem, but you still need a doctor to help you, so.
Added them, it's normally a light purple or a light green color that I add for the reflective light, because I think that just goes with the skin tones. But yeah, I'm so sorry about this. So after I've added everything to the drawing, what I like to do is go in with an overlay layer and the airbrush, and then I take a pinker, lighter color and I just splotch it over the face area. It kind of just brightens up the face and makes it more poppy against the rest of the colors. Yeah, so that's what I did there, and then I add the subsurface scattering, which I showed earlier, and now I just do that with an overlay layer as well. And then I'm happy with like the base color. I will go in and paint it, which is what I'm doing here. If you are interested in knowing how I paint, I have a tutorial on like my painting process over there. So a lot of the first part of the video was kind of to show you the steps that I take, and this part of the video is how I put it into practice. So you can see I'm using the blush to kind of like shape out like the forms. So like there by her nose, I added like a red line to show that, hey, like there's like a shape that goes down. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, these were pretty fun to do. I really enjoy painting skin because I think it's really freeing and just lots of fun to do. You can obviously do this a lot neater than what I did, because when I put down the colors, I'm more concentrating on like getting the colors to look okay rather than making it look neat the first time. Also, you can hear the birds in the background. I'm so sorry. It's really hot here and I don't want to close my windows, and they're just kind of like screaming. So yeah. So the big difference that I noticed, like I said at the start, for rendering darker skin and rendering lighter skin is for darker skin, concentrate on where the highlights hit the skin and rendering that into it. And for lighter skin, you don't really need to worry so much about the highlights since it is a higher value. But for darker skin, I think concentrating on where the light hits the skin will help you define the features a lot more. Since it is a darker value, I feel like the features can get lost if you don't have good contrasting colors in there. Yeah, so that's just something that I noticed from painting a lot of different color skins. Other than that, everything is all around the same for all skin colors. And yeah, I think what really does help to learn to actually render skin better is by rendering from reference. So a lot of these ones that I rendered here are from references, and it did help me, you know. Well, obviously I've done it in the past, so I know what I'm doing. But it does help you like decipher where the curves will be and where the lighter and darker
Morgan R said hopefully it was somewhat helpful in reaching
really
your
cool.
personal goal.
Yeah. It did. I may just have to use a reference.
This video was a bit easier to do, so I do hope you enjoyed. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask me down in the comments below. I'll try and get back to you. And thank you so much for watching. I will see you guys in the next video. Bye!
Okay, that's the end of that. Alright guys, have a great night. I'll let you guys go. We was gonna play Mecha Break, but I got lost talking, being myself. Anyway, so with that said, have a great night. I'll see you guys next time. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Oh, wait. I just thought of a cool character design look for her now. Something really cool I just thought of. Alright, so have a great night. I'll see you guys next one. Great stuff.
Ryuga Samurai said goodnight everyone.
Night guys. Hey Brian. Night everyone.
Morgan R said goodnight everyone.
Alright, there you guys. I'm out.